Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is June 1st. It's Sunday. We are back in Idaho, Idaho today, guys. Going back and looking at this and reviewing this Pennsylvania warrant, I want to go over some things and talk about a couple things in regards to that and just review the warrant in general. Have a little bit of an idea about that as well. We can talk about, and of course, the panel will be open for people to jump up and discuss with us as well today. Mom Bear will be joining me. I appreciate that so very much. I'm excited for that as well. So that being said, you know what happens next. Let's do this thing. Good morning, afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is for you. I hope it's good because it's great to be here with you guys. Come on in. Great to see you all. Thank you for being here, Mama Bear. Appreciate you joining us. How are you today?
Hiya, I'm good.
Good to know. Good to have you here. 2 days in a row. That's exciting. Yeah. So today, like I said, we're pulling the Pennsylvania warrant. We're going to review the whole thing because I don't know. I never really did a full deal thing on that, and I'd love to have everybody's feelings on that as well. And I already saw a comment in chat. People are, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Did Bryan buy a Kbar or something else?" Of course, that sounds crazy, or does it? I went looking at Amazon and the different variations of Kbars and different things and other knives that look like a Kbar and that aren't anything like a Kbar at all, and different distributors and what do you call them that make the knives, things like that. So I'm just curious, based on what the warrant shows. Hell, Sarge even mentioned something a long time ago about it. I gotta wonder. And if he did, he did. You know, it isn't a thing. I'm curious. That's all I'm saying is I'm curious. Not to mention that I do believe that, I never personally got to sit in here with everybody and go over that warrant piece by piece by piece and break it down because there's some things in there that I'm not comfortable with either. So that's another side to this too. So please make sure to hit the like button on the way in the door. Share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Of course, share it with everybody. I don't care. The mailman, the milkman, the dog, the neighbor, whoever. Bring them on in. We got plenty of room in here. Thank you all for joining us today. As always, I appreciate it. And please make sure to hop on over. There's a link in chat and hit the like button on Mama Bear's side. She's in here with us today as well. You're welcome to hang out over there as well if you want to or not. Either way, just grateful to have you all here with us today. Come on in. And of course, there's a link up here pinned as well for people to join us up here to discuss these things today. Maybe I see Jesse's in here.
Sarge is in here.
Sarge is in here. Lucky for us, we got the
Trouble's brewing.
Yep. He ain't gonna be trouble if he comes up here with you up here. We're good. Oh, let me move my picture around again. There we go. No, it's all good.
Yeah, it's even worse when you wear a black shirt.
Yes, it is. Let's see who we got real quick. Miss Candy's in the house. 300 laps. Welcome back. Of course, Sergeant Friday with the Your Ass Hurts News Network's in the house. Be Real. Welcome back. WB, great to see you. Michael 007 from over the pond. Great to have you in the house. Brainy B, the OG. Mr. Jesse Shull is going to be joining us here a moment. And Sarge, both joining us here real quickly here. Miss Teresa, good to see you. Christina, great to have you here. SRBBBB, good to see you today. Amanda Smith, welcome back to you. Let me see. DKM, great to have you here. Great to see you today. This the breaks. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Ray Knightley, welcome back. Great to see you. Officials in the house, always a pleasure. Trolling account, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. I'm sure you've been here before. Esther Hahn, welcome back. Sweet and salty, great to see you today. Miss, let's see, Zag, welcome back to you. Miss Paula, always a pleasure. Miss Teresa, great to see you. Miss Jody Walters, welcome back to you guys. Please, all of you, hit that like button if you will. We got 65 people with 30 likes. What is going on with that, guys? Let's fix that up if we can. That being said, please, if you will, welcome Mr. Jesse Schul and Sergeant Friday to the house, guys. I appreciate that very much. Welcome, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good to see you, Sarge.
Good to see you, Mama. Good to see you, Dago. Good to see you, Jesse.
Hello,
everybody's
boys.
having a good weekend.
Good to see you, sirs. How are you? Both having good weekends, I hope. Great to see you. Heather, welcome back to you as well. Sorry, guys, I got distracted. Chris Dohaney. Well, we got Miss Heather instead of Lucy. Good to see you,
Where's
Heather.
Lucy?
I don't know where Lucy is. You got some
I'm gonna
explaining
call
to do.
Let's call her Karen from now on.
Karen?
Mhm.
Uh-oh. You said you're a Karen, Heather. What about that? LL, welcome back. Tippy Hadron, Colliter, welcome to you. Victoria Burgess, great to see you today.
Hey, what does Jesse and Dago got in common?
I don't know. You got me.
The lack of a comb.
My goal is to cut my hair so short that I don't need a comb. I mean, do I really need to comb this thing?
No, and mine's supposed to look this way. So listen, just because you got that slick back thing going on, you need to cut yours, and you won't be able to say that.
I just got
And I get enough grief. I get enough grief from the guilters. I don't need any grief from you, Sarge.
There you go.
All right, well,
That's true.
fair enough.
Guilters have been driving him nuts for days. I
want to tell you guys a story about my recent experience with the guilters,
Oh
actually.
boy, this ought to be good.
Let's hear it.
So you remember when Jeff H was on the panel like a week or two ago, and you told him, you said, hey, you should be thankful, like we let you on this panel to talk to us. They won't let us on their panels, right? Like you told them that, right? You said that they're not letting us go and talk on their panels. And he said, oh no, there's other guys that would let you on their panel. And he mentioned a name. Well, just so happens I woke up late the other day, and your stream was done, and it was it's late where I'm at that time, and it was a late stream going on. Happened to be, and I looked at Jeff H was live, right? So I went into the chat and I just said, hey, what are the guilters up to tonight? And from between me and Jeff H, that's not derogatory at all. That's just straight up. That's like a what's up, right?
Normal conversation, right?
And this was on Jeff H's channel, but I guess Jeff H was streaming for another guilter channel. And whoever was running that channel basically banned me right away, told me that I was a bad person. And he said, I've seen you on Dago's with your fucking glasses of wine. You're a drunk, and I don't like anything that you have to say. And I mean, this was it within seconds of me arriving, and I was kind of like dumbfounded, like what do you guys, what's going on here? What do you guys got going on? And yeah,
that was crazy. Who was that? What was the other channel?
It was the exact channel that Jeff H said that would welcome me.
12 gauge.
12 gauge, and he's 12. The thing is, 12 gauge is kind of like a big dude, and he wears tank tops, and in the stream it was a background of like the Texas University football team's weight room.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of looking for some common ground, and I was like, hey, I mean, do you like Texas football? Or did you go to Texas? Do you like their football team? Because this is I'm just looking for common ground, right?
Yeah.
And he's not answering, but his mods are telling me, I asked him, do do you lift weights, right? And he says his modular, he does so. And anyways, we got into it, and he admitted that he does lift weights. We got into a pissing contest about that. We exchanged our NFL combine bench press scores, and he did not believe that mine was real because it was 4 times greater than his.
You're a big
so-
dude too, so I don't see what the big deal would be. That doesn't.
Well, he said mine's not real because it's not on YouTube, but guess what? It is. So,
That's so ridiculous. He's changed a lot, Sarge, from when he first popped out here. I don't know if you noticed that, but he has. I don't know.
No, he just became. He always was as he is. He didn't change so much as he tried to play the odds to get some attention. And if you notice, he's got like 8,000 plus subscribers, and he gets 20 viewers.
Well, I remember when we helped. Yeah, I know, but I remember when we helped him break 1,000, and we were supporting him in that sense. And then, whatever.
Anyways, it didn't strike me as the shining example of a guilter channel that was going to let a guy like me come in and talk. I was trying my best to, like I say, find common ground, be nice, and they were just shitting all over me.
See, I've even allowed him to come over here and pop up on the panel, listen to what he had to say, and I've always treated him with respect and been polite. And he just, wow, that's pretty wild there. It's not a drama channel, 300 laps. We're just talking about a scenario that we had, an experience that Jesse had in regards to what we were talking about the other day. Oh, you must have been in there.
Yeah,
They were nothing but respect with you.
The people that come in here to critique the streams that say innocent until proven guilty because that's the American standard, we're all the bad guys. We're the enemies. And you get these trolls that'll come in and so when you give an example of how the sites that pursue guilt and accept anything the government tells them, they'll run with. Let me just point that out. That is the common ground of a guilter, and sometimes they're right, but more often than not, they don't really care. They feel they get their strength from regurgitating and supporting whatever the government puts forward, including the government media. To say the media is not government run is insane. Of course it is.
Well, most of it all comes from the media, to be honest with you.
We've had this issue in America since the founding of it. If everybody thinks we all fought against the British, you're happily mistaken. There's many people here that wanted kingdoms and rulers and lifetime. Anyway, so 300. I associate with 12 gauge less now than before, and he did again kind of like the other guy that I won't mention. They appear to give you a spirited, open, equal access conversation when in fact that's not their motive at all.
A lot of them don't want to hear anything other than what if I were to go into one of these channels and say, like I've done it in a chat, like, so I would like for anybody to tell me why you think Bryan's guilty because I don't understand. Bam, I'm gone. It's happened to me many times. It's crazy. Oh, there he is with his glasses of wine on Dago's channel again. That's not good.
Yeah,
that's exactly what 12 gauge said. I've seen you drinking your wine, guilty as charged. Sorry.
What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. Many people drink wine. You're respectful. You're intelligent.
They're a channel of winers, and they don't realize that they could stop being winers and drink the wine.
One thing that I wanted to go over with both of you guys, and I think both of you guys will agree, but I think this is a very simple concept that's been lost in this case, and actually in true crime in general. There seems to be a misconception that the victims of crimes are good people. They're honest people. They're caring people. Their character is infallible because they're the victims of a crime, right? And from my point of view, that's very. I can see why people want to think that. I can see that why people are motivated to go along those ways. And I'm not trying to tarnish the reputation of victims, but the fact that they're victims of a crime doesn't make them any better than you or me or anybody else. They still may be flawed individuals. It doesn't say any. The fact that they're a victim of a crime doesn't say anything about their character. The content of their character stands alone, aside from the fact that they're victims of the crime. And the idea that all these people are pro-victim and these people are great people, it kind of blows my mind. Like,
I think subliminally, Jesse's showing his particular personality and things when he drinks on air. I think he's supporting that drunk bird.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's true at all. That's definitely not true on that one.
And then additionally, like people who think that Bryan's innocent, think that Bryan's a good person, right? Like, oh, Bryan's a great person. He couldn't do it because he's a great. I don't give a fuck what kind of person Bryan is. I want to see evidence. That's all I care about is evidence. Was he even fucking there? He could be a complete nightmare of a person. That's not relevant, right? Like this character assassin.
You know what's relevant and nobody's allowed to talk about because it's all being kept secret is exactly the behaviors of those people, especially the 3 young women that were horribly killed. Now, there's relevance to that because you may find a motive in their lifestyles and with their behaviors, attitudes, and what they've done every day.
Yeah.
That's a fair analysis that we're not allowed to make, right? But the father alludes to it. A lot of people would find it gross. Well, what? Exactly what do you mean? Because I'm very open. I don't mind if people, when you're in the age of an adult and you decide to do whatever you want to do, intimately, sexually, whatever, as long as you're not offending or hurting any child, I have no judgment of you. It's your body, your life. Just don't let it, cause chaos to others.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't make your problems mine, in other words. And I'm good.
I can agree.
I don't stand in judgment of color. I don't stand in color of race or sexuality or man or woman. I'm cool with everybody unless you're.
That's
exactly where I was getting at, Sarge. Is I think it clouds our vision to when people are just leaning towards empathizing with victims and without.
We don't know them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't know these people. We don't know any of the people involved, and that we shouldn't be making assumptions on what their character is like, and it's not really.
But in fairness, can we not make an assumption about Bryan Kohberger when we know what we know about? If you take just what you know about Bryan Kohberger, it does not add up to a murderous profile at all, not even close.
Or a skilled assassin.
Any profiler that would say that it does, coffin hacker, is ridiculous because it doesn't. Common sense, you can look at it and say it. And here's the thing, guys, is anybody's lifestyle. I don't care what it is. I don't care what you do, unless you're out there harming children or assaulting people on a regular basis and stuff like that. But other than that, your lifestyle doesn't make you deserving of being murdered. That's not the point. That's the whole problem right now with the way everybody views things. Okay. And I don't know. It bothers me that people make things to be that way. It's a big deal, and it has nothing to do with this. They could be doing whatever they're doing. It doesn't matter. They shouldn't have been killed. Therefore, in turn, people think that you're automatically attacking them because of choices that they've made. That's not what it's about. It's leaning towards the possibility of that being something that involved the reason why they had been attacked. That's all it is. And that's asking questions. And God forbid we ask questions, because that's where the danger comes into effect with all these people. You can't ask any questions. So
it's not like politics, like there's two sides and you have to pick a side. I mean, the side that you should be after is just the truth. That's
it.
all.
That's what we're about here, is the truth. We're not a pro burger channel. We're not a guilt burger channel. We're a truth channel, and that's all we want is the truth. I don't give a shit. Like I've said before, Sarge said, Jesse just said, I don't care if Bryan did this or didn't do it. I want the truth about it. And if he didn't do it, then he shouldn't be put in front of a firing squad for it. And if he did do it, then do what you got to do. The point is finding out whether or not he actually is the one that did it. That's the truth, period. So,
I think we want to comment. We'd like to see. I'd like to see what knife is on the search warrant from Pennsylvania. Just the label of knife. I'd like to. What knife? What kind of a knife did you retrieve from that home?
Well, that's kind of where we're at today with what I wanted to talk about. And some people are already like, are you crazy? They already said this and that, but did they? You don't know for a fact. So we're going into that warrant from PA today. We're going to review that. We're going to look at the list of objects that were taken from there. I watched a bit of a show yesterday or early this morning, I think it was, that kind of gave me an idea as to think about this. Did Bryan buy a KOHBERGER? Or yeah, there we go. Did Bryan KOHBERGER buy a Kbar? Sorry. Did he buy a KOHBERGER? And what are the odds that there's? I was on Amazon weeks ago and early this morning and last night, late last night. Do you know how many different knives are out there that kind of resemble a Kbar knife? There's like thousands of them, thousands and thousands of different variations of knives, different distributors that put them out, different creators that make them. A lot of them come from overseas that have the same resemblance as I would call it a Temu Kbar, okay, because you get, or a wish.com Kbar. It may look like it, but it's not the same thing, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Well, Sarge pointed something out a long time ago about that list of things that were taken from the house in Pennsylvania. And he had his own idea on something. And I had, I listened to everything. Everybody's ideas are important to me. So, and not to mention, one of those knives, there's two, I think, that I found on that list we're going to look at here in a minute. One of them is listed as a pocket knife. The other is a nondescript knife. It just says knife. That's all it says. Well, that doesn't make sense to me. That could
There's
be
three of them. There you go.
There's a third one in there too, yeah. But
Filleting knife.
Yeah.
A fillet knife and a sheath, a folding knife, and a knife. Just a
and the
plain
filleting knife was probably the one he used at the job that he didn't know how to use because he couldn't fillet a fish, let alone kill people, in my opinion. But I'm just saying.
But he was carving into Ethan's legs. He
Yeah,
had the skill to do that, but not fillet a fish.
exactly. So there's that too. But the one just says knife. So is it I've never seen something where they describe everything but that one thing. That's kind of weird to me. That could have said butter knife, steak knife, what do you call that? Paring knife or some other kind of a knife. They didn't do that. They just said knife. And it made me wonder, is it a Kbar? Is it another version of a Kbar, which I'll show you different variations of it that could have just been listed as a knife because they didn't know what it was. That's what Bryan actually bought. Okay.
Don't you see the pattern of what these people keep doing in this case?
Exactly,
They keep
Sarge.
making allegations without
read the
solid evidence.
PCA and look at how
Yeah.
the PCA panned out, and that'll tell you that the rest of the documents should probably pan out along the same lines as the PCA.
Right. They tell you a story, not
suggestive, and not accurate at all.
Well, what you didn't let me finish though. What I was getting ready to say though is Bryan could have bought a knife on Amazon. We still haven't seen a receipt on that either way, but that's fine. He could have bought a knife on Amazon, but he also could have been searching, just like I do when I go looking for things, multiple different kinds of knives, okay, and bought one that's a hunting knife, I guess we'll call it, or the Rambo survival knives, or whatever the hell you want to call those knives, and has it. They have it in their custody, okay, when they took it from his house. That would tell me that if it's not a Kbar knife, that he never bought a Kbar knife, is what I was saying, and that whatever the hell they have there, that wasn't his. Just because he bought a knife doesn't mean he bought that knife, because they still haven't proven that to us.
Well,
that was kind of where I was leaning with that, but I know what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying.
It makes little sense for a gentleman that owns firearms. We know of at least one pistol, and the other two knives were the knife that is consistent with the job that he had, and the Kbar wouldn't be that far out of line for somebody that apparently likes weapons.
Right.
Whether they're a weapon that has a precise description of what they're capable of doing. I mean, that's what I mean. When you look at KOHBERGER for the facts that are available to us, there's nothing in it that shapes him to be a murderer.
Nothing.
And, these pictures that people in these Dateline shows and all the stories that they're telling you how to think about a picture of him putting his thumb up or anything else. You have to think that that's his car with no evidence that is his car. Right. That's when you know that the government is really playing shenanigans with people.
I can agree. I'm going to start with this, but then we're going to go back to the rest of the warrant. But when they served this warrant, okay, this was December 30th of 2022. They kicked in the doors and windows to the house, which was once again overkill, something they never had to do, but they did it for show, in my opinion, to make it look good. They had to make him look dangerous, okay? Because if you look at him any other way, he's not. But okay, that's what their goal was, obviously. So as you can see here, the address was of 119 Lambston Drive, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Receipt for property from the FBI. This was their documentation, guys, okay? And the first
should have been blacked out.
What's that? Yeah, probably. But I just wanted to make sure everybody saw that this was the right document. But again, first thing on the list, the very first thing on the list, Knife. That's it. Knife. That's interesting to me because if you look underneath that and come down here, we have very descript Glock 22, Gen 5, 40 caliber, serial number, everything. But up here, knife. Well, if you're going to be that descript with this gun, and then you're going to be not, where was the next one? Smith & Wesson pocket knife, very descript. Why is this not so descript? I don't understand that. Okay. And it makes me wonder. Two different things. Like I said, what I was thinking of. One, it's some kind of a different type of knife. Or what if it is a Kbar knife? But they couldn't put that in there because it didn't fit that narrative. Okay. They had to make sure that they didn't find a Kbar knife at his house because that wouldn't follow that narrative. That's a problem. That's where Sarge is at with this. That's what his whole theory has been for a little while on this. Okay. And which is interesting that you joined me for this, Sarge. I didn't even get a chance to message you, but I'm grateful you're here.
Thanks.
Now the other where there was supposedly another knife in here. I can't quite find that one in here.
Didn't they describe a fillet knife and teeth?
I thought they did, but I don't see that one in here. Here's the thing, folks, though. Look, a Glock 22, Gen 5, 40 caliber. Why wouldn't you, if you're going to go murder 4 people, why wouldn't you use that? Bing, bang, boom, you're out the door. You didn't have all this mess, no nothing. It would have been the cleanest, quickest, easiest way to do it, but he didn't. Instead, you went and no, that's another reason why I don't like this. There's an echo going on, I guess. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and read down through this list, guys.
Is it gone? Nope.
Oh, you're still echoing here. Go into that settings thing and check audio, Sergeant.
Really can't be me. There you go. Somebody's got an open YouTube channel on their screen. One of the people in this room.
Is the echo gone, guys?
No.
No, this is a problem that's been happening recently.
I know it's happened every time I pull a document up here. We talk at the same time.
Even if I just talk, it echoes.
Yeah, my echo cancellation is set. I think it's just something to do on Dago's end, but I'll keep you quiet.
Mama Bear said something and sent me something to go through. I haven't hit it yet, but I'll figure it out one of these days. I'm sorry, guys. Just let me read through this real fast. And then, like I said, the first thing here, we have a knife, then a book with underlinings on page 118, AT&T bill for Bryan, Glock 22, Gen 5, 40 caliber, serial number, blah, blah, blah. Smith & Wesson pocket knife, folder containing vehicle paperwork, Acer laptop model, whatever. Green leafy substance in green container. Weed, I don't know. Where are we at here? I can't quite understand what that reads to. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Green leafy substance in plastic bag. White paper with passwords. Power cable. Cell phone. Three Glock 40 caliber magazines empty. I don't know what that says. Black face masks. Again, that's not abnormal to have. People blew up because of that, because we just went through a pandemic. So that's pretty average to have. You know, prescription. I think that's what that says. Black gloves and one black hat, one black mask. Okay. So, I think that's it. Anyway, page 1 of 4. No, that isn't it. Hold on. Where's the rest of these at? Nope, that's we already did that one. Oh, there we go. Okay. Where did it go? Where did it go? Can you guys see that? Maybe. Yep. Okay. We also have one Defiant silver flashlight. It's probably on this list, Sarge. 4 medical style gloves, white Arizona jeans, large t-shirt, Champion, WSU, Cougars large black sweatshirt, pair of black and white size 13 Nike shoes, pair of black Under Armour socks, Under Armour black large shorts, Under Armour black boxer large, and one buccal swab. Okay, so there's that one, and then there's got to be another one in here. I know there is. There was 3 of them that showed. Let me see here. Show. Nope, we did that one. There we go. That might be it right there.
Can you show the title of that, please?
The title of the whole
That
thing.
article. Yeah, right at the top.
Yep, hold on. More unsealed search warrants reveal that authorities found a knife, a gun, and criminology books at Bryan KOHBERGER's parents' house when he was arrested.
Okay.
Welcome, Terry. Good to see you. And everybody else, Larry McWilliam. Anybody else that's joined us, I will catch up with you. My apologies. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, we also have the 2015 Hyundai Elantra bearing VIN number, blah, blah, blah. Swabs, Ziploc bag with pink zipper, 7 to 9. I can't read that. Plastic baggie with green zipper, 36 dimes, 32 nickels, and 8 pennies. Jesus. Gloves, receipts, car, insurance card, car registration, hiking boot, comfort in room key, holder and stay information, the tire iron shovel. This was what was in his car. I'm sorry. Goggles, floor mats, reflective vest, used water bottles, wrench, door panels, seats, and seat cushions, headrest, seatbelt, user fiber, visor fiber, brake pedal, gas pedal, phone charger, band-aid, wrappers, maps, document, seatbelt boot. Okay. And there's got to be another document that had more of the I swear there's one more.
Pardon me one second, Dago.
Yep.
Somebody is saying your presentation. They're saying that you're broadcasting audio with it as well. So I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I do. Hold on. Let me see if it changes it. I don't think I did that, but let me try it. One minute here. Let me find the right thing to pull up first. This might be the one. All right, let's see if this works differently. I thought I did that.
I'm on now. That fixed it.
Well, he's not presenting though.
All right, try it now.
Hello.
There's no audio with it now, so see what happens.
It's good. It's good.
Perfect.
All fixed. Perfect. Woohoo! We can talk now.
All right. Well, thank
We
you.
can talk if we want to.
Can leave our friends behind. Any of your friends
Thank you, MB.
Thank you, MB. Sorry, guys. All right, so this was the final one, I think. Here again, note to Dad from Bryan. Maroon 51 maroon colored spiral notebooks. 52 something colored clothes. I think he HP all-in-one computer, Linux something laptop, and password something medallion. You don't know what that says. God, this guy couldn't write to save his life. Yeah, something clothes and laundry, dirty clothes and laundry basket. Taylor cutlery knife. There it is. Taylor cutlery knife in leather sleeve. So we're gonna have to look that sheath. I'm sorry. That's the one.
Sleeve is how the deceptively statement from Steve Gonclaves came forward.
Yes.
He called it a sleeve, that there was DNA on a sleeve, and he meant the sheath, because a sheath is often referred to as a sleeve.
So we're going to look that up at some point too. I believe that says Taylor cutlery. I guess it's supposed to be knife. It says cultry. Couldn't write, spell, or anything. Swab, S2, S1, S3, S4. 2 pair of dark colored boots.
Wait.
1 pair of brown.
Hold, please. Is that where they got Brian's DNA? The swab they sent to the lab? Or did the lab come first? I think the lab came first, right?
I don't know, because they were listen. They were serving a warrant on his apartment in Pullman the same time they were doing this too. So who knows, Sarge? I don't trust that his DNA was on the sheath anymore, to be honest with any of you guys. Just saying. So that's it. That's everything that was found at his house. Okay. Now we have 3 different types of knives. Of course, they're saying one was a pocket knife. Whatever this, I'm going to look this up too. This Taylor cutlery knife and leather sheath, not sleeve, sheath. And then the other plain knife. Like I said, Sarge said a while back, what if that is a Kbar? What if that's the Kbar they're saying he bought?
I bet you it is.
That's interesting, guys, because that would mean there was no Kbar in Idaho. It was in Pennsylvania, so he couldn't have used it.
But they don't mention the sheath for it. They're not saying knife and sheath. They're not saying knife, Perry knife, steak knife, butcher knife, bread knife, Kbar knife, right? Hunting knife. They're not. So leaving that is very, very, it's very telling when you look at the rest of the descriptions of everything except that knife, because there's no such thing as just a knife. Every knife has an identity.
Yeah.
It's like every person has a name.
Everything else was described like in depth detail. You know what I mean?
And they kept that quiet because it just fits the rest of what they did with everything that they've done, and giving you enough information, then tell you a story about what you should think about what we're showing you. This video is his car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this knife, they kept it out because if there's a narrative for that knife, they want to be able to shape it rather than let the knife speak for itself.
Well, what I don't understand, you guys, is it says knife, okay? Then, like I said, we have a Glock 22 Gen 5 40 caliber serial number included. Also, we have a Smith & Wesson pocket knife. That's very detailed, both of those things. That's not. Why? You pulled a serial number off a gun. I understand that's an important thing, but you couldn't describe this knife and say what type of a knife, paring knife, steak knife, butter knife, Kbar knife, any kind of knife. You couldn't do that. Why? That's the first thing.
I think Sarge nailed it when he said, just look at the way they've presented information in the past and expect that to be the same moving forward. And the way they've given us all the information in the past has suggested that when they're vague about things, they're probably
hiding something.
It's probably misdirection and meaningless. If they actually had significant stuff like an actual Kbar that fit that sheath, I would assume they would be a lot more specific. And based on the way that the PCA was written and the way that they've presented all their information, I find all this stuff about a Kbar and from Amazon very unconvincing.
How long? Let me ask a question, folks. The date on this is December 30th, like I told you. When did we first hear about the knife sheath? Does anybody remember? The very first time that we actually heard about
I don't remember the date, but it was after. It wasn't even in the PCA. It was long after sometime after his arrest. No?
I thought it was. Am I wrong?
I don't remember, to be honest.
We have other documents, by the way, that
is it in the PCA? I don't think so.
I don't think. Well, I mean,
yeah. They said they saw a knife sheath. They mentioned it early on because
tan leather knife. Yeah, no, it says tan leather knife sheath with the USMC logo in the.
When did that PCA come out? Do we remember the date on the PCA? I can find it.
After his arrest, but it was in there because that's when the officer described seeing it from the doorway.
Right. Okay.
But was it the one PCA or was it the officer's PCA? I don't remember which one.
Yeah, there was 2 of them. Hang on here. I'm gonna try something here. Look at something here. That's already blown up.
I'm gonna make some coffee instead of wine.
Go ahead. That might make a difference, right, Sarge? People are so ignorant. I hope Jesse drinks a whole bottle while he's here. I do. Okay, so we don't need that document there. 1 second here. Give me one moment, guys. Let me pull up the main page on this. Give me one moment. I'm sorry. I'm going to get rid of all these damn tabs so I can do this. There we go. Now, where'd it go, Miss Tandy? Dropped it here. All right, guys. Well, that's kind of funky looking there. All right, so this was, I'm sorry, guys, is the way it looks. This is the actual warrant, all the fun stuff, all that here. Okay. There's actually a better copy of that. Hold on a minute. Why did I grab that one? Here it is. Still doesn't look much better. Let's go with that. Okay. Now, real quick here, I just want to see something while you guys are waiting. Thank you, Mama Bear. I knew that was coming. So this is the brand, the Taylor cut. Okay. I knew you were going to do that. So this is the Taylor brand cutlery knives. So this could have been with sheath, mind you, any one of these. Okay. Well, that's like a fold open type pocket knife, but it could have been one of these, this, that. Okay. Which looks to me like something you would collect per se. I don't know. But again,
Hey,
it could be
Can I give the guilter something else to grab a hold of?
you can, whatever you want to do, sir.
Well, that cutlery knife was used to skin the dead dog.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, that makes sense. Sure. There you go. There wasn't any criminal complaint before they raided Bryan's parents' home till after, and it was signed verbal agreement. That's an interesting point, Rolo. Thank you again for that there, Mama Bear.
Rolo, you traitor.
So real fast here, I'm going to pull up the initial. Let me find it here. I got to go all the way back to 2022 and grab the PCA, which was filed. If I can get the right one. Jesus, dude. What am I doing here? Hold on, guys. Sorry. Okay, that's way too big. Exhibit A. 29th. So this was filed on the 29th. And they found that stuff on the 30th. Conveniently. But nobody ever saw it. Is my point. Okay. Nobody ever saw, not Jesse, Sarge, Mama Bear, anybody in the chat. Has any of you ever seen a knife sheath in this case ever shown, like physically shown?
No.
No.
Okay. Just saying. And that's what I'm saying. Just because they found a sheath on the scene, they want to, I think that is like the narrator to this story. Okay. That's what they built their story around, is this stupid sheath. We don't even know that that was the weapon used. Just because they found it there doesn't mean it was the weapon used. I'm just saying. So
was it Sarge that pointed out that in the movie Minority Report, there's a scene involving the photos out on the bed? Was that you, Sarge, that pointed that out?
I remember hearing that. Who was that? You? Sorry,
I'm sorry. Say that again.
So in the movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise, there's a scene with the photos all out on the bed of the victim of a murder, and the detective comes in and says, "This is what we call an orgy of evidence," and he describes what that actually means. Oh shit! You've done it again, Dago.
Oh, hold on. God damn it.
No, don't blame God. You did.
Anyways, was that you, Sarge, that mentioned that, or should I continue?
Oh no, I can't take credit for that. I did not say that. And unfortunately, coffee is a little more in depth to manufacture than wine. So I'll be right back.
My apologies. Well,
Yvonne
anyways,
said the PCA was not released to the public until after he was extradited back to Idaho. So about
That's what-
January 5th.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Sorry, Jesse.
That's the filing date, but we never saw that until after the fact. That's what I was trying to say. It never showed me the date that it. Well, yeah, it did. Hold on. Good God, I'm a dingbat today. Sorry. No echo though. I fixed that. Haha.
Woohoo.
I had to take somebody else to tell me how to do it, but thank you again. All right, one more time, guys. Bear with me. Where's it at there? No, okay, so we got to go back to 22. Like I said, that was put in here on the, well, it says it was here on the 29th, filed on the 22nd, which is the same day before, but we never saw that. Like I said, I don't think we had access to this stuff, did we? Until I think around that January time is when they said, I don't think we had access to any of this yet. Because I don't remember looking at any documents for quite a while on this. Yeah, I can't go back any further than that. Notice a defendant arrested in foreign jurisdiction. That was the 22nd. Wait, how is that even possible? Okay, December 30th, that's filed, but dated on. Oh, no, that's not a date. That's a damn number. Sorry, my apologies. I need my glasses fixed. Okay, yeah, December 30th. 8:36 a.m. Okay. Anyway. Who was it that said that about January?
Yvonne.
Yvonne. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we had access to these documents. Good morning, cat lady, or afternoon. I'm sorry. Good to see you. And don't be hating. Good to see you as well. I have covered that reality. I didn't know there was still anything going on with it. I check for updates too often, but he's still going to court with it. But yeah, I'll probably do whenever there's updates on it. And it didn't warrant his fingerprints, DNA, or right. Good point there too. Anyway, all right. So back to this warrant. Let me get to the point here. Those are the items that were seized. And again, none of us have ever seen a picture of a warrant, a sheath. I mean, granted, we're not going to see pictures of evidence normally anyway, but there's no way to prove that they had that day, is what I'm saying. It's strange to me. Nothing follows 12:30. Okay. The way that this all went down. I've never trusted any of this. I'm trying to see if there's anything on here that says.
I wonder if since this started, if there were any adult male murders or disappearances within that area of the country, close to Moscow itself. In other words, were there men that were found dead or murdered or disappeared and reported missing? And I ask that because I have a hard time with Steve not having the common sense to see the chaos in this case. And especially with him coming forward with all of these stories that then turn out to be false.
Yeah, and he doesn't question any of the things that were presented from the other two roommates. He makes excuses for it. I mean, there's a lot of weird things with that.
But you see, he's showing you that he knows the difference in the points of view and the explanations, and yet he's sticking to, don't you worry, you people that are all about the touch DNA. there's also DNA there on a sleeve. And it turns out to be blood DNA that's not Bryan's. In other words, he's consciously making this decision to impugn this guy.
Yeah.
And my question has to be, what is he trying to hide or keep us? Why is this shiny ball so important to him? What is that shiny ball hiding? Why are you making me look at this hand when the other hand is what I'd like to know what you're holding on to?
That's a good point.
And what made him change from when he started out in the beginning, when he wasn't on that train of thought?
Correct.
When he made the statement that he's open to the fact that there could be possible other people involved in this, and now he won't even think twice about that at all. That's completely out the door now. So,
and
yeah.
I'd never realized how robustly built Ethan was.
He's a big boy. He was.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and Bryan, really, you see that picture of him the day after the crime or that day of the crime, and a mosquito would be more fearful than him.
Well, yeah, the thumbs up photo does not portray a guy who's a ninja that could do what they said that was done.
No, there's no way he could take out two people at the same time, at least in my opinion.
And no injuries on the hands on top of that. But can I rewind us back to what I was saying before we went to that last bit? Was in the film Minority Report, you've got the detective laid out, a bunch of photographs laid out on the bed of a hotel room, and you've got all this evidence, and everybody's sort of clapping like, geez, this case is already wrapped up. Mm-hmm. And the detective says, this is what we call an orgy of evidence.
Right.
And they were like, well, what does that mean, detective? And he says, well, an orgy of evidence means that it's staged. In a real crime, you have to sift through a bunch of crap to find your evidence. If it's all laid out in front of you in this manner, it's bullshit. It's not real. It can't be real. There's no way it's real. And a lot of people will say, oh, it's Hollywood, it's a movie. What does that matter, Jesse? And fair point. But the reason that scene is in the movie is based on real life. And also, I do want to point out what that movie was actually about. I mean, when you really look at the plot line for that movie, and then you look at the DNA and the way that that went on, like, I mean, put two and two together, folks. I mean, there is something there. And yeah, I'm going with that theory, that orgy of evidence. I mean, what Dago said, he doesn't believe it's Bryan's DNA on that sheath. He thinks it's planted. And there's historical significance to suggest that, yeah, that's the way it's done. You plant something like that. And when you do, it sort of stands out like a sword, like it doesn't fit, right? That's the problem. You got this sheath with Bryan's DNA, but Bryan's DNA isn't on anything else. There's these other two DNAs, and now all of a sudden it sticks. Like, that's the anomaly. It's not the standard. It's the anomaly. So it's like, well, that doesn't. It indicates that it was planted.
Well, you know, the whole thing, and this if I have any criticism of Ann, it goes back to the FBI's involvement with the DNA. There's no way that the lab's initial viewing through legal places to search, from what I understand, they were not focused, and they had no Bryan Kohberger on their radar. When they were told to stop and the sample was then given to the FBI, it's that action that brought forward Kohberger's name. It's knowing that they went into databases they are not authorized to go into, that where they found that name. Okay. And so for me, that suggests to me there's something about Bryan that the FBI was concerned about. Mm-hmm. Maybe he is a serial killer, folks, and the FBI just can't catch him. We don't know. But they made him part of this case.
Yes.
Not the investigative work of the police, not the videos, not the sheath,
and not
nothing. The only thing that made Kohberger a part of this case is the FBI's analysis of what they claim to be transfer DNA. That they themselves did not do. It was done by Othram. So they took Otham's work and went into places they weren't supposed to by giving it, from my understanding, to an independent contractor. That's how you backdoor, right?
Yeah.
So what is it about Bryan Kohberger and the federal government? That to me is a connection that's never been explored.
Well, they had him as their favorite suspect for this other disappearance and killing of this other woman in Pennsylvania, and then he was cleared from that, right? So I mean, and he was cleared from that after the PC, after all this, right? So,
so was he cleared? Well, listen, Jesse, though, we don't really know the dynamics of that case, and his parents testified to clear him, but does that clear him?
Well, they said he was, but who knows?
I mean, he's no longer considered a suspect. He's not facing charges, so unless it's a ruse, I mean, obviously they would absolutely love to have him as a suspect in that other case and have that being floated through the media, you'd think. And the fact that they're not would suggest to me that they hit a roadblock. I think they really thought he was, and all of a sudden something came up where he couldn't have been, and that completely threw a wrench in it for them.
Well, see, here's what I think, though. Just based on this, what I outlined, there's something unique to Kohberger and the FBI. That's what's driving this case.
There's a reason why they pinpointed him, is what he's saying. Yeah.
Right.
I know what it is. I mean, he fits the profile for their profilers, and you've got these FBI profilers that are like that guy on McDonald's show, that McDonald's buddy. And these guys are just fucking weirdos, to be honest with you. When they talk, I mean, I almost think they're scarier than the psychopaths themselves, the way they talk. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, because it's sexual fantasy, and when you bash somebody's head in, you get a sexual gratis.
Yes.
No, I mean, for you to, like, if you're talking about that, and you know, I'm not seeing that. Sorry, that's not the world I live in. And if you live in that world, I think you're a fucking crazy guy. Sorry, that's
no. You're right. There's a lot of strangeness attached to this. I mean, we had the one doctor per se that came out and said that people are eating each other and stuff too. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? They've turned this into, they make this a platform for their craziness, in my opinion. And I agree. So,
Digger, remember when I wanted to go after Dylan and Bethany, not go after them in a bad way, but go after who they are, what they are. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that this FBI connection is the key to this case. And the fact that they're going to be able to hide and call that a tip is a problem, because there's some motivation to target him. It isn't simply that he worked in Idaho and he was in that school. There's something that the FBI either knows and can't prove, or
let me bring this to you, Sarge. Let me ask you this, because we do know for a fact, it's been proven now, that there were two, not one, but two parallel investigations going on in Moscow right before this happened, involving the FBI and the DEA. Okay, so there's that. Now, let me ask you a question, guys. With Bryan doing the things he's been doing, he applied to be in law enforcement. He was working for cloud forensics and learning that, all that kind of stuff. Okay, what if he was doing something and came upon something that he wasn't supposed to? Okay, and the FBI caught on to that because he maybe reported something to somebody. We got to shut this kid down. I'm just saying.
Let me just say that I think we often overlook the fact that not everybody has it in for us, or is a criminal, or is corrupt.
No, of course not.
I don't sense that there's any corruption on behalf of the FBI, except for the fact that they micro focused on him, and in their focusing and then their production of data that's confirmed for them the name that appears clear to me that they wanted that name to be a part of this case.
Right.
And when you go look at this case and you listen to everything we've seen or listen to what we've heard and what we've read, everything points to a hyper focus on this individual. Damn everything. That car could be blue. There's no way to know.
I'll be right back.
Right. So what is the deal with the FBI's direction to Kohberger? It isn't the evidence. Is that fair to say? The evidence does not put Bryan Kohberger in that home. Now, if you're telling me that that's what that stuff means, a car rounding a corner at night means that car is involved, if you can accept being told how to think, then yes, you could make sense of that because you don't personally think for yourself. But what other data that has been released that doesn't show a significant targeting of this guy? And I don't think anything at WSU or in Idaho itself had anything to do with him being targeted. I honestly think all of this is coming from the FBI.
Sarge, did you watch the episode that we did on the Garrett Discovery guy?
No, unfortunately, I can't catch
Do
them all.
do you know anything about the Garrett Discovery guy?
No, fill me. Maybe I do, but you got to click that trigger, fire.
Okay, well, the Garrett Andrew Garrett, he did interviews. I think his first one was with Forensic Frenzy. I don't think Dago minds if I say all the content creators, but he did Forensic Frenzy. Then that was broken down by Andrew Myers' law office, and he more recently did Drunk Turkey, and it was hilarious because Drunk Turkey had him on thinking that Andrew Garrett would say that he was Bryan was guilty, and that was the total opposite of what Andrew Garrett said. But he runs a company. He basically does what Cy Ray does. He's in the same business as Cy Ray, but he's a blatant snake oil sale. I mean, if you've ever met a snake oil salesman, Andrew Garrett is the prototypical. Just
That's why I don't have mirrors in my home.
Just full of shit snake oil salesman. And I mean, his opening on the Forensic Frenzy show was exactly the same. And Andrew Garrett or Andrew Myers picked it apart. And I mean, the guy, actually, if you compare the two interviews, there's several inconsistencies that would lead to blatant lies. But the point being is, in the Andrew Garrett discussions, he talks about how these professional companies that work for the FBI, work for the government in trying to solve crimes, use algorithms and AI, and they'll just punch shit in, that might match a guy like Bryan Kohberger. And if their AI, if their algorithm, let's say you're a guy with autism and you're a guy that does this and does that, and you tick a bunch of boxes, all of a sudden you're a suspect as a serial killer. I mean, that he was describing something along those lines. And he was also describing how inaccurate this was. And it was, I go back to Minority Report. It's fucking scary shit. Using AI to find out who's guilty. And
that is the motive. That is the motive of the FBI. They no longer, after 2032 or 35, want people in the field investigating crimes. They feel it's all going to be done through artificial intelligence and electronic collections. Right? So you've got to now avoid the camera. You've got to avoid your own cell phone. You've got to avoid any device that could actually keep track your heartbeat, your whatever these devices are. And I'm guilty.
And when you tell me this, I'm thinking of Matt Damon arguing with a robot in the movie Elysium. And I don't know if you're a movie guy. I'm sorry if I keep on going to movies, but Matt Damon arguing with a robot in Elysium, and the robot just keeps on telling him no, and he tries to explain himself to the robot, and the robot basically just fucks him over. I don't know if anybody in the chat, if anybody out there, if I'm the only guy that knows about these scenes.
Well, there's also a distinguishable difference in commonalities in this case. How they took out Kopaka was how they rated Kohberger. Right? We also know that there may be someone involved in this case that can't be held to account. I think that's going to be Ann's main argument, that Brett Kopaka is the perpetrator. Whether people like hearing that or not, I don't care. But take from that how they got the Gilgo killer. And they just followed the guy in public and picked up a pizza box and got a DNA sample and then followed cell phones. And then they just, right? Did they swoop in with Black Hawk helicopters?
Sounds like honest. Are you talking about honest police work, Sarge?
Well, what I'm saying is that this case has some very unique things to it. It's the only reason I got involved in true crime was the PCA. If I was arrested under that PCA, I wouldn't be in jail. I'd have left you people out of court a long time ago. There's absolutely not a single piece of evidence that would make him likely the perpetrator. Nothing. And I'd be screaming I'd be sending letters out of jail. You'd have to lock me into a box.
We actually have a show coming up this week that's going to be about Brent Kopaka and some involvement there too. So I know what you're saying.
But here's the thing. When I suggest that the There was no exterior and penetration to this home. That's because they've already told us there wasn't, without saying it blatantly. There was no forced entry on any of the rooms. The doors were left open. The entrance was the slider. They're confident of that. And the exit was the slider. So you take all of the data and you try to make sense of what they're telling you. And then you look at how did they get on to Bryan KOHBERGER? It wasn't the car. It was the FBI's work with the DNA. So why? And then the FBI, we now have this idea, whether it's true or not, that they were focused on Bryan for another murder. How many murders were they focused on Bryan KOHBERGER for? So we now know 2, but is it possible that they've been focused on this guy for many more murders that we're not being told about? Whether he did them or not, but in fact, maybe he did do them. I mean, the idea that this guy couldn't do it, it's just not reasonable. I accept he could be guilty. I think we all accept that. But the way this case is put together, it looks like they've got a man guilty of crimes that they can't nail, and they're going to use this case to nail him. That's what I'm seeing.
Because the AI said that he was predetermined to be a serial killer. I think that's what it is. I think it's like a character analysis, FBI profile, profiling, and that's the thing. I have a real problem with that whole as a science, just criminal profiling. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want it used, but I'm saying that we should realize that it has its flaws. I mean, I'm not a big believer in letting psychologists just tell us what we're thinking and what we want. I mean, yeah, I don't want my brain picked. And
Well,
I don't want anybody.
Sorry, was there somebody following his internet searches and his internet access before this happened and saw the things he was watching and looking up and using for writing his papers and all that stuff and decide and profiled him and said this guy's going to be a serial killer and let's get him now?
Well, I think that's what it sounds like. I think that's kind of along the line. I don't know if that's what Sarge was saying.
The argument that he was taking the courses he was taking, and specifically the courses that we now know to be cloud forensics, would be consistent with somebody trying to learn the mastery of being a serial killer. You can make that conclusion if you know that if, for instance, let's say all of us are the FBI people that have been investigating this guy and can't get him. And this is what I'm trying to say.
He could have everything in common with serial killers and just not be a serial killer is the problem. That's the problem with that
disputing that, Jesse, but how do you explain the FBI? Their involvement, right? They immediately got involved. They immediately then targeted this guy and they gave up his name. And then all the Idaho police did was they hyper-focused to the exclusion of all the other evidence. You can't have all them blood samples in the home and ignore them. And yet they did. So my reasoning there's no way to reason through that unless they were told that this is the guy, we got to get him.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying at the top of the show, Sarge, is just because you think Bryan didn't do it or he's innocent doesn't necessarily mean you think Bryan's a good guy. And just because the victims are innocent and they were unfortunate, they're in the position they're in, doesn't mean they were good people. Neither of those two things correlate with the quality of person that any of these people are. And Bryan might be a fucking weirdo creep. And that might be the reason why he's in this situation. He might be innocent, but he might be in this crime, but he might be there because he's a fucking weirdo and a complete creep in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just saying that that's a possibility, and that also would make more. That Occam's razor would suggest if you're going to try and frame a guy, that's the kind of guy that you're going to try and frame, right?
Well, go back to the point I'm making. They were focused on him from Pennsylvania. We know of what we don't know we don't know what they know or what that was about. We just don't know. There's a dead person involved, a dead woman. That's all we know. But the facts do lead you to conclude, whether we're right or wrong, that they were looking at Bryan for that crime. And I'm telling you, for the FBI to do what they did, it seems to me like a desperate attempt to get somebody off the streets that's a danger that they can't corral through the processes that are legal. They can't catch them in the act. They've never caught them in the act. There's never been anything left behind, but suddenly this crime gave them an opportunity.
Yeah, it might just be as simple as their AI said this guy's a fucking serial killer.
It could be.
And that's why I brought up that Andrew Garrett sergeant, because he describes in full detail how the FBI and the government uses these programs that are based on AI. And he even described that there was an entrepreneur who marketed a product to the US government that had them then arrest a bunch of people and convict them and put them in jail and maybe even kill them based on this AI product, and then only to find out that it was flawed and it was wrong, and they were all wrongful convictions, and yeah, the poor people were in jail for murder for no reason. Andrew Garrett brings this story up and talks about how this was a flawed AI program to determine who's guilty, and then he goes on to say that he's got one that's fantastic. But he makes it, he doesn't really distinguish the difference between his that he thinks that he's using now, that he's still using and trying to market to the FBI and the government. I mean, he obviously isn't saying it's flawed, but one has to wonder. He just mentioned one that was flawed. Now he's trying to tout his. I mean, who's to say his isn't flawed as well?
Yeah. So I think we're seeing it from different perspectives, but the same perspective in a sense of the big picture. That they hyper focused on this individual. We don't know why, but it appears like there is an underlying why that we're being kept from. But that's being kept from the public or from anyone. That's kind of what there's something going on with this kid that's unique to him and to this particular case and other cases that we're not aware of. Now we know of the one. But are there others? We don't know. Is there a way to do a Freedom of Information Act? And you would need to do a Freedom of Information Act on the case that he was accused in, and see what can be pulled from there. They've got
it because I think that case is still open because they never figured out who committed it.
Yeah, see.
But here's the thing. I still think because of Bryan's intellect and the things that he looked into and the things that going along with what you're saying, okay, and the things that he was involved with, and that would be internet searching per se and looking into and talking about in his classes and stuff like that, that he could have fallen into something that drew their attention to him to go along with what you're saying and brought them to him. They have people all over the internet constantly. We know that, okay? And they're always scouring for this and that and looking at different things. And there's certain things that will send alerts off at the FBI when they come off on the internet, period. So, early warning system. There you go, Heather. So if he was in the internet looking at things or on the black net or whatever, researching stuff and maybe went and looked up certain things and so on and so forth, it could have given them an alert to something that he was talking or looking at. And that drew their attention to him is what I was saying. And it kind of goes in line with what you're saying, early on. And now this happens. And so this was their way to get to him, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yet the amount of evidence that they put at the feet of Bryan KOHBERGER amounts to transfer DNA. That's it.
That's all. Yeah.
That's it. You mean to tell me that if he was allegedly investigated for the murder of a woman in Pennsylvania, that they didn't have some kind of sample or some kind of understanding? They had to come to his identity somehow. Is that now being used here? So there's something wrong here with the FBI's involvement early on like this, and the FBI doing what they're doing, and they're keeping it all secret. There's something more to Bryan KOHBERGER that we're not being shown, and that doesn't mean he committed this crime. But I think, in all fairness, the FBI's involvement in the level of what they went to come to where they've come with this guy suggests to me that they were targeting this guy for reasons unknown. Whether it be because of his work, because of his skills, because of his Because everything else, this kid, there's really nothing that you got on this guy. There's nothing. And so he's going to criminology, but what if he's following all the rules? Just imagine a serial killer with the skill to do what may have been done in several crimes. And imagine if agents are convinced that this guy's involved, but they can't prove it, but now they've got an opportunity to get him. And so they play a little wishy-washy with information, especially when it comes to transfer DNA. That's my guess here, as far as I don't know who actually committed these crimes, and I think that's one of the reasons there may be something about to explain why Steve is so dead set on getting this guy off the street. Whether he killed his kids or not, it may be it seems like
I think Steve has demonstrated that he's just got poor judgment in when he chooses to speak and what he chooses to speak on.
You mean like a deeper gain, Sarge, for him?
Well, I honestly think that this kid, Steve may believe that this kid's a murderer, but not simply because he thinks he killed his daughter, but because there's enough information to show all these coincidences of him around other murders that we're not aware of. In other words, Steve may know what I'm pointing out is that there is something about Bryan's past and present that that the public was never aware of, but law enforcement was. And this case came up, and they're just dropping it on his head because there may be 1 or 10 other cases they couldn't hit him in the head with. Does that make sense?
Well, I'll counter that, Sarge, with if Steve was aware of this, do you think Steve would have kept that from us? Like, to me, Steve would have released this, and if Steve knew that Bryan was in close proximity to other murders, I don't see him keeping that.
I'll tell you why I think he would be.
He has displayed no evidence that he's able to keep things to his chest.
I disagree. He's very cunning in how he puts information out. He acts like, and he knows when he's putting out information, he makes you really want to pay attention. I shouldn't be saying this. I shouldn't have said that. He's doing it intentionally. It's not stupid, and it's not a slip. He's very calculated in what he does, and he tries to make it appear as if it was not a calculated move. And that's where he's lying. Everything Steve has said has been a calculated statement. They got him connected to him. Now, maybe other cases they had him connected electronically. They don't hear. So, see what I'm trying to say? If Steve has made statements about stuff, calculated statements that contradict later information comes out and contradicts everything Steve says. Why? It's not a mistake by Steve. There's no way.
Well, Steve is being fed. I believe truly that Steve is just as much as Shane Bishop was being fed via the FBI information. I believe fully that Steve has been fed everything he's told us. Okay. Now, whether or not he's turned it upside down or that's how he was fed it, I don't know. But just as long as what Shane Bishop from Dateline was fed this stuff, there's somebody within the FBI that is putting this stuff out. Okay. They're giving it to certain people for certain reasons, for whatever it is. And that keeps this narrative going in the right direction.
And what do you want to bet that's where these leaks came from?
It is what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Whoever that person is, Lana said a specific name, and I can't remember it right now, and I think she's right. It makes sense. Shane admitted to having contact with specific people, changing pictures, doing this, doing that, but never gave a name. And I believe Steve's getting his information from the same place. Okay. Now, again, whether that's how it's fed to him or if he changed it when it came out.
Was his detective ever part of the FBI? Who's his detective?
Well, it could be coming from Maori too. Is another.
I think it's an ISP guy that she's talking about.
I think it's the FBI.
I just want to point out though that if Steve's so calculated, he's undermined his behavior so far has undermined his own credibility with the statements he's released and the fact that they've been debunked quite shortly after. If he actually had solid information that was correct and he was trying to be strategic about it, why would he be undermining his own credibility by saying things that aren't true and then having it being debunked shortly thereafter?
Not debunked in the mind of those guilters.
I think he's being fed the wrong information on purpose. Okay, and to follow a specific narrative, to keep control of
the 911 call. Let's just go to that whole, they called Hunter over because Ethan was blocking the door, and there was a very specific scenario set out
Right.
by the Gonzalez family, and it was clearly debunked in the call and in the subsequent court documents, and then his response to that was very aloof, like,
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Oh, wow, doesn't matter. Bedroom door, front door. Oh, fuck, no, it doesn't matter. And there goes the credibility. I mean, right then and there. That's
Go
to me,
back to
that's
the
the credibility gone.
Go back to the beginning when he said, well, his phone touched the Wi-Fi, and that was carried for a year and a half. Somebody calls it out, and it's, well, I must have read it wrong at this point because it's not true. Well, wait a minute.
Everything he's claimed has been but this is what I'm trying to say. He's not making mistakes, and he's not being fed false information. He's pushing a narrative that they want pushed. He's part of the narrative creation. This is not by happenstance, it's by intent, Jesse. Everybody's passed him off with judgments of his smartness or lack thereof. And I'm suggesting to you that doesn't fit with everything that he's done and every major statement that he's made where he's released information. It's all to corner KOHBERGER.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I'm saying is that's coming from somewhere that he's reliably accepting it from. And I think that if Judge Hippler goes through this, he's going to find the leak originates at the FBI.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Moscow.
I agree. Absolutely agree that it's coming from the
Why
FBI.
is Hotel targeting this kid? What is this guy to them? Is my question.
And
I don't know.
That's what I know where you're going with that. I think, like I said, and it's been brought up before, it's a grand possibility. There's something that was listen, this is why I think this. Maybe I didn't explain it right earlier or whatever. It's hard for me sometimes with my words, but I know for a fact that there were two, it was said by multiple different sources. There were two other investigations going on pre the Idaho murders in Moscow. FBI was involved and the DEA was involved, whatever that was. I don't care. Okay. But Bryan shows up in June, gets involved in the local law enforcement things. He's doing his schooling, he's doing whatever. And again, online, of course, as all these students and stuff are, so on and so forth. If he fell into something that they were doing there, and I don't think it goes back to PA. I think it started here. Okay. I think that if he fell into something he shouldn't have that was going on as part of maybe this investigation, and either went to somebody and said, hey, I just figured this out, this is probably not a good thing, blah, 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 or something like that, or they saw an electronic stamp from him or something like that, whatever you guys call that. I can't think of it right now. And it led to him. That's a problem. That he could be a problem and could either screw up the investigation by doing what he was going to do, or getting it did something. Okay. A digital footprint is what I was trying to say, by the way. Anyway, that could be how they got to him, Sarge, is what I was trying to say. Because
alternatively, there may be they keep saying Maddie is the target. If Maddie is the target, Maddie was connected to a big heart for child trafficking, was she not?
I say again.
Was Maddie not tied to child trafficking and an interest in stopping it?
Kaylee was. Kaylee was.
Kaylee, one of those two girls were highly connected or highly involved in that.
Yeah, Kaylee was involved in true crime and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Well,
but again, it doesn't matter. I mean, they were good friends. They could have talked between each other. They could have both been involved. I don't know. But they only talked about Kaylee. So
you see all these child trafficking things always get tied up with somebody in law enforcement or political.
Of course.
You see that all the time. I mean, there was just a couple of weeks ago, people in Texas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That are help facilitating this child trafficking stuff. And so, but again, to me, it's the FBI that hyper targeted KOHBERGER, and it's the Idaho police that are running with it. That's just my observation.
It could be either. Yeah, I agree with you that's very possible, and or flip flopped. And because the FBI was already there, they were on this case on the third day. The FBI was. Not to mention, as we talked about the other day, you weren't here for this, I don't think, Sarge, but Brett Payne was not the lead detective on this until 24 hours after this case had been involved. Okay. Tyson Barrett was the actual lead detective in the very beginning, day one. Why did Brett Payne automatically within 24 hours get put on this case as compared to somebody like Tyson Barrett who had the experience that Brett didn't have? And I pointed that out the other day. For being the lead detective, the man knew nothing. And I kept throwing in the chat, lead detective, because I don't think he was. I don't think he is. I think the FBI is the lead detective, per se, on this case and have been from the beginning for a reason. I think Brett Payne is a face and a body to take up space and have on paperwork. That's what I think. Okay. And I think that leads back into what you could be talking about, Sarge, with what you're saying, that there's something here. Hey, Donkey, good to see you. There's something here that was going on. Again, Cy Ray points that out too. There's something bigger being covered up. Everybody's going back to the same thing. Multiple sources, multiple people, a lot of Jesse, me, Sarge, Eddie, many other people. There's something bigger going on, something deeper here that has been covered up. And Bryan is the fall guy for this whole thing. Why? What led them to this one specific person?
Right, and I don't want to exclude the fact, especially knowing that they were looking at him in a murder of a woman in Pennsylvania. So I will consider the fact that tells us something about Bryan that they've been looking at longer than we will ever know, or maybe we will. But he just did, his name just didn't drop out of the air because they saw a white car.
No, not at all.
And there was no identification when they did IGG in Texas. They weren't heading to Bryan Kohberger. They came up with 4 brothers. They came up with somebody else, right?
They've always brought it back to him. Yes, you're right.
So it only became a Bryan Kohberger case once the FBI got involved and took the samples and did what they did with them. Not the samples, but actually whatever they did for the IGG shit. That's when Kohberger became part of it. So the question is, if this is a setup, it has to be coming from the FBI because the Idaho police in their lab didn't bring up Kohberger. Right? That's why I got on that thought process. It has to come from somewhere.
And you're right, because that's where the leaks are coming from, in my opinion, of course. That's where all the problem has come from. It's flowed from the FBI are the ones that went and used Heritage. They used an unsanctioned database. All the problems lead back to FBI.
And why is all of the motions and all of the arguments and all of the debates about the IGG, its process and how it was executed, why is that now being turned into a non-talkable issue? And the only reasonable issue you can conclude is because it includes the FBI's involvement. And the FBI wants to limit its involvement to cast. That's it. Why? They're the ones that identified the suspect. When you have to find out the reason why, and when it's appealed, if he's convicted, you'll then probably find out the reason why he was targeted.
Yeah. Okay. That makes some sense. I think there was a much, much, much larger situation going on within that whole area, whether it's drugs, trafficking, whatever it is. I believe that's something that exists. And I think, like I said, there's whatever Bryan did to get himself in that eyesight, okay, is what did this. That's where the FBI saw him, grabbed him, and pulled him out and said, here he is. This is it. This is the one. Nobody else, nothing else. Don't look anywhere else. Right here. This is it. For whatever reason. Yeah, and that's pretty much where we've been with that from that point.
I didn't mean to take the stream off the rails. I know you were doing documents.
No. It's fine because it kind of flows into what I was saying. I was just going to review this warrant here, and there's something else that has been brought to my attention too about something within Pennsylvania too. But it still, everything you said, in my opinion, makes a lot of sense. Jesse, same. There's a reason why they picked this guy. At this point, there's nowhere for any of us to sit and believe that they brought his name out of this because he did it, because it just doesn't fit. It doesn't match. There's none of it flows right, in my opinion. Okay. There's just like convenience things that have been conveniently a part of this that have been labeled as the reasons why, in my opinion, if I said that right. But anyway. I wanted to review this right here because there's certain things. Look at, like, go lay down, both of you. Sorry guys. first off, the first part with the fact that Brett Payne was not the lead detective. They said they waited for him to get there till 4 something or 5 something, and he took over the case. That's not how that went down. Tyson Barrett was the lead detective on this until the next day. Why? Why did they change out a guy that has experience, that knows what he's doing, and bring in a guy that has 2 years experience that was a patrol officer the day before and make him the lead detective? I think that's strange to me too, and tells a story by itself. And it's something I pointed out the other day, because if you look back, that's why I went back and we followed the testimony he gave to Ann in the May 30th hearing, I think it was, of 24. And he had no answers. I think because he doesn't know. I think he's given the things he needs to be given just to keep him somewhat sufficed. And everything else has been kept from him, and the FBI has taken full control of that. Why is that? He's basically a Muppet. Okay? Truly, if you look at it, he's been a pawn, like I said, and a puppet for this. He has to hold that position because he's a Moscow police officer, but that's it. It's strange to me. It's always been strange to me, and now it makes a little more sense. I'm gonna read this part here, guys, and then before I do that, Sarge or Jesse, anything else to add before we go forward? Or Mama Bear?
Nope.
I did add a comment to the chat room that if people continue to hit like, we'll get Jesse to get himself some more wine.
I hope he does. I hope he does. What time is it, Jesse? Like 1 a.m. there?
Let's see. Let me check. It's
Close to 2.
yeah. In 15 minutes, it'll be 1 a.m. And,
There you go.
I have a full liquor cabinet in my house, so you're stuck with me for a while, guys.
That's all good. It's all good. And you said no, Mama Bear?
Nope.
Before you get back to the documents, though, I'll just get to. I'm not disagreeing with. I think what Sarge says. The whole premise of Sarge's argument is, or not that it's an argument, but what the whole premise of what Sarge is trying to say is they're looking at Bryan for a reason. Was sort of something that I had sort of said as well. I mean, you think Bryan's innocent doesn't mean you think Bryan's a good guy. Bryan might be a scumbag. He might be a guy that's involved in a lot of bad stuff, and that might be why they're trying to frame him. And again, and I will go again with the victims. The victims unfortunately lost their lives, but that doesn't make them good people. I mean, they could have been involved in some bad things. I mean, I'm not saying they were, but I'm just saying that we shouldn't view them as infallible people because they were victims. They're just people. That's to me, they're just people. Do you get that, Sarge?
Oh yeah. I'm following along with you. I don't think our views aren't really that different at all. And we're more open-minded to accept even views that we may not like or even agree with. I mean,
I guess one of the things I was going to get to, though, is just that regardless of whether the FBI was wise to Kohberger being maybe he did do a lot of bad things and that's why they were on to him. And maybe, all that still doesn't explain Dylan and Bethany, though, does it? You know what I mean? Like there's still that whole, and that's where I'm always going to go back to is them bitches they got some splaining to do.
Yeah. I agree. I've always thought that.
Baby.
I thought that right from the beginning, that nothing they did made sense to people responding to victims within their own home, and you can't make sense out of what and sadly that they waited until now, just recently, to release the facts. As much as they're willing to release, there's more facts we're not aware of that'll make it even more confusing, and you can't explain what's not explainable. And you're right. They did take their eyes off of the ball, and they focused on Kohberger to the exception of all else. This girl could have said, yeah, I was licking the blood off of some knife in the kitchen and called for help. I mean, it didn't seem like anything these girls said was going to move the police in any way, shape, or form. Into any
they had their narrative that they were following, in my opinion. I agree.
I mean, there's no way you could come across all that DNA and I don't know how you're going to make a jury believe the other DNA is not relevant. I mean, at the very least, they're gonna hang because they're gonna have people arguing more people were involved. I mean,
it's been pretty taboo on YouTube to question the roommates this entire time, right? It's been considered very, just don't do it. It's too taboo to question the roommates. But one of the biggest creators in the space, just like 15 minutes before this stream started, released a very spicy clip on what he thought of the roommates, and yeah, I'm sure you guys will see that.
I haven't. Who released it?
Where at? I didn't see it.
Harsh is. I think the title says it all. The 911 call was fucking bullshit or something.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. And
and you don't hear any sirens or anything. Just a policeman all of a sudden in the background.
Nothing.
Right?
Nothing. It's all bullshit.
But that's. I mean, that is a big step, right? That's a big step for a bigger channel to. Now we're not going to pussyfoot around this thing anymore. I'm going to say it like I mean it. And because I think there's a lot of people out there, a lot of channels that are like, well, we got to respect this and we got to respect that. And I got no problem with respecting what needs to be respected.
That's it.
But when something blatant bullshit has to be called out, and the 911 call, to me, the story is blatant bullshit.
That's basically where I came to that point, Jesse, and I said, at some point we can, like you said, pussyfooting around this and that and being nice. Of course, we're not going to sit here and attack the 4 people that were murdered. That's not going to happen. But at some point, everything else that has become taboo is bullshit. It's bullshit now. You have to call it what it is. It's bullshit. And to listen to the first day we listened to the call, that's fine. I was skeptical, but whatever. Then we broke it down a couple of times, and at some point, everybody had to go, wait a minute, what is this? This is not a 911 call. This is something that was first off acted out first, and then they went back and did it again. They had like, what do you call that? Stage practice or whatever. I can't think today. Dress rehearsal for the damn 911 call. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And you have to call it. You got to quit sitting on the bullshit and letting it be what it is. People are afraid to do it because we're going to be attacked for this and that. Guys, it's bullshit is bullshit is bullshit. Period.
Listen, I acquiesce to the statements that they went to sleep. Okay? I mean, you can't really argue something that you can't argue because you don't have the facts. And when we're led to believe that these 2 young survivors went to sleep and woke up the next morning around 11 or 10 or right? That's what we've been. That's the narrative. The narrative has been, everything in the narrative is a lie.
Yes.
This document and all of the information we now have should have been released no later than after the indictment. At the least, it should have been released to us way back in June of 2023.
Well, certainly before the grand jury decided to indict him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even before that. We don't know. And so, the funny thing is the skeptical people on these streets of YouTube have been shown that their skepticism was correct. It doesn't say that Bryan's innocent, but that the police work involved is just bullshit. The narrative is like.
Can we say that Ann Taylor made a mistake by stalling, giving up the speedy trial?
Yeah. Like huge mistake there. But the biggest mistake since is by allowing I don't care what the judge says. I would have just. I don't care what you tell me about the IGG and the FBI's involvement. That needs to be a part of this because that is, if not one way, one of the ways that you identified my client, and the public needs to be aware of these shenanigans at the very least. And so why isn't that being a big story being put out about the truth? I mean, if I were the defense, that's the kind of stuff I would leak. The truth about how they came to Bryan and how shaky that is and how Americans should be scared when they join a DNA place.
Yeah, agreed. Well, especially considering we now know that they used Heritage. That's one that is used by everybody or was on a regular basis. That's pretty dangerous in my opinion. So yeah, that's
it just seems like the added time, the delay to the trial has helped the prosecution more than it's helped the defense. You know what I mean? Like,
are you guys convinced that there's a confidential informant?
I think so, yeah.
I would have got to say, yeah.
I'm 50-50.
Thank you, Mama. Confidential informant to me is hiding the FBI. That's why they're being called a tip. They're being considered a tip or a confidential informant. They're being protected for it. That to me was always the case of what the informant was. It's informant protections being given to a law enforcement agency that they shouldn't have.
Welcome, Deidre. Great to have you here. We appreciate you joining us today. I hope you're having a good time here. I hope you enjoy it very much so. But no, that could be either whoever it is, Sarge, whether it's FBI or not. I still believe that that's what it is. And that tip is the one that's the same thing that the judge told him that they need to figure out a way to come up with a story for it and basically lie to the jury on it. So again,
right. And you know, look at what has been leaked and look at the narratives that have been built. And none of them have come forward. Even the news stations talking about an informant, a living, breathing informant. As a matter of fact, Ann is challenged. There is no witness to this crime. There is no evidence placing my client at the scene of the crime. Mm-hmm. So I really have a hard time accepting the idea that there is a human informant here. I think the human informant is something that you two people have concluded without any evidence to support that.
Well, what about Steve G meeting the guy in the hotel room? I mean, who was that guy that he was going to meet?
Probably the guy that's been leaking the information to him from the FBI. Well, then again, they'll know because the FBI threatened to arrest him.
Do we know the name of his investigator? Does anybody know Steve G's private detective?
That's where I was going, Sergeant. He had 2 or 3 PIs, and I don't know. Each one of them have quit on him for whatever reason. Now, I got to wonder if it's because they were threatened because of what they were getting into. Maybe they fell into, again, what they shouldn't, what's not supposed to be seen. What's not.
Can I ask you a personal question, Diego?
You can
you afford to hire 2 PIs to investigate this case?
I can't afford 3 of them neither, Jesse. So no.
Maybe Sarge can.
Sarge probably could.
That sounds a little bit. Does that not sound a little bit extravagant to be able to afford 2 PIs?
It does. It does.
You know, it really depends on what their scope of investigation is and the time that they're going to commit to it. I mean,
but still,
for a couple $100 an hour, and they're each going to put in, 20 hours or something, or 30 hours. I wouldn't have any problem if they're going to.
We don't know either if they step forward and said,
if you're going to charge me $100,000 per investigator, then I'd hesitate, and I'd have to pick the best one of the 3.
Well, most of them are pretty expensive, Sarge. I've seen them charging up.
Not like lawyers, though, are they? They're
not.
Lawyers could be $500 to $1,000 an hour.
Well, Shannon Gray, we have him too. He's their attorney, and maybe people volunteered. I doubt it, but I'm just saying because of what Steve went through with his daughter's loss and all that. But I doubt that. We got PIs are like.
I'm going to say that, and now we'll get into your paperwork. There's no way Steve G believes Bryan KOHBERGER committed this crime. And there's just no way he makes that conclusion because all of his conclusions have been debunked and he knows it. And when confronted with it, he blows it off and continues on the attack of Bryan KOHBERGER. That is not the behavior of a father that lost a child that wants the truth. That's the behavior of a man delivering a message. Okay, a narrative. He's part of the narrative creation, and why is just unbeknownst to us.
I think it was pretty clear in the Bamfield interview when Bamfield says she laid it out for him. She laid out all the facts in like 10 seconds. She said, "But here's the problem, Steve. There's none of this, and there's none of you're expecting me to believe that a PhD student that's in cloud forensics." Drove there, took his own car, used his own phone, left his knife sheath. I mean, how do you explain that, Steve? And he just looked at her. He looked white as a ghost. Like, what the fuck do you? Why do you ask me that?
That question's not supposed to be a question.
Yeah, why do you ask me? And he didn't have a good answer. And
we were on board together, right?
Yeah, and that combined with the fact that on the Drunk Turkey show, Daniel confronted him with the fact that the 911. I mean, I could imagine Daniel was kind of probably pissed off, right? Because he had Christy on there, and he had broken the story on the 911 call and told everybody the way it went down, and he really boosted his own channel based on like I'm the guy that's got the scoop on the 911 call, and now we know that no, you're the guy that had the scoop on the fake, or the the story that didn't end up being true. And so he confronted Steve and was like, "Could you please explain this?" I mean, it would, and I think if you read between the lines, it's like, could you please help me out here? Because I've already told my audience that it went this way because you fucking guys told me it went this way. So
That's
can
it.
you please help me reconcile this to my audience? And Steve G was just like, fuck, I don't know, fucking front door, back door, side door, don't matter to me.
Right. Yeah. Yep. He doesn't expect to have that rush of like anybody,
No.
like you say, asking the quiet questions, bring up the quiet part and things like that.
And
Because
it- and it-
everybody that he talks to stays on key with him. Well,
It erases a lot of my empathy for the man simply
course.
because he knows that what he's saying is a narrative, but not necessarily what happened that night.
Right. Right. Like
You
William
see?
Doyle just said, put him on the stand. What did the FBI tell him regarding his PI? That's a great point, sir. Great point. You sure can, trolling. I would love to see that. Anyway, yeah, these are all facts, folks. Facts. If you don't stick to the script that Steve has put out there for him when he does his world tour, he can't answer it. He did it with Ashley. He did it with Daniel in some sense. Every other interview he's had follows his script. So I will roll after I get through this. I will definitely. So again, real quick, guys. It says here the below information is provided by Corporal Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer within the county of Latah, state of Idaho, employed by Moscow PD in the official capacity or position of corporal, and has been a trained and qualified police officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being, and mind you, he was there for 2 as a police officer. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the FBI. On the 13th at approximately 4 p.m., I'm just scanning through this quickly, guys, because there's a lot of specific words. Moscow PD Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Idaho. Hereafter, the King Road residents to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing at the scene. Now, here's something I don't understand with this, okay? 4 p.m. Okay, so that's when he showed up with Blaker. Mind you, Nunez, Gunderson, and Smith were all there first thing in the morning. And I understand Fry was there too, but he didn't include him, so that's fine. Anyway, MPD Officer Smith was one of the initial responding officers to the incident and advised he would walk me through the scene. Now, we read this in the PCA initially. This is the Pennsylvania version of this, okay? For everybody that doesn't know that. OOC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. We then walked upstairs to the second floor. OOC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room. Was Xana Kernoodle thereafter, Kernoodle room. I don't know why they wrote that like that. Before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall. Okay. As I approached the room, I could see a body. Go ahead.
This is the most crucial statement in this document as far as the narrative that was twisted away from this statement by
Right.
Steve G. Read what this cop tells us, and it tells us the door was open.
Yes, clearly.
You see, but Steve G narrated a completely different story to explain that Hunter presence at that property.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's why Hunter was brought there, was to open the door. We had to go through all that to get to why Hunter came in. And it's funny because when we were told the Hunter story about the door, Hunter never, in Steve's story or Christie's, Hunter never grabbed a knife then. He just came and busted the door in. But now we know he grabbed a knife as soon as he came in the house. That's interesting. So anyway, but this is a good point, Sarge, what you just made there. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall. I approached the room. So here tells you what he just said. The door was wide open. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. She was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Couldn't have seen that if the door was not open. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds, later determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Center, Veena Singh, dated December 15th of 22. So that was the second one he had. Am I correct? there was 2 done. Was that the first or the second one that he had? I don't know for a fact, but I don't know, Rico. I was wondering that myself. Has anybody in here seen Eddie anywhere?
I haven't.
We've been looking for him for a week.
I was gonna say, I don't think so, because I've seen 3-4 people ask where Eddie was.
We've been looking for him for a week, and I just hope he's okay. If you can hear me out there, bud, I hope everything's good. Okay, Tara said the second one. Okay, on we go. So I then followed OFC upstairs to the 3rd floor of the residence. The 3rd floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves, hereafter Gonsalves' room. I later learned from review of Nunez's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow PD officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack Decor that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the 3rd floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated to the southeast corner of the 3rd floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had Kbar USMC, the United States Marine Corps' Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the snap button of the knife sheath. See, I've never liked this, okay? I just don't like this. I don't
No, they really from the very beginning, if people would have read that, and I'm guilty of it too, but that tells us that crime scene was open.
Wide open. Yeah.
And so all of those times for the last 2 years, people arguing that the court did, or that guy Hunter pushed the door open and blah blah blah. None of these doors were closed, and that would make sense. That you know, as a murderer that's moving through a crime scene, you're not
not going to
lights
close
on
the
and
door.
off. Yeah, I mean, if you took a dump, you may or may not flush it. You're not there. You're not, you don't have etiquette while you're killing people, apparently.
But what about the dog? I mean, the dog's just going to sit on the bed and wait for this whole thing to take place. There's a lot of issues with the dog. Like,
it never makes sense to me that he stayed in that room and waited all that time and didn't come out of there.
I mean, the dog should have been found on top of the bodies, really. I mean,
I would imagine at least
you would expect the dog to be basically in bed with the deceased, barking and running around, right? I mean, I wouldn't imagine that the dog would be anywhere other than standing right in front of Kaylee.
Right.
Or feel threatened by the presence of any unknown adult.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Well, why were we told initially then, guys, that the dog was found locked in the room? Why did that change?
That's not true. Was there a familiarity between the dog and the officers that were presented to the dog? They presented themselves to a dog. The dog didn't go nuts. It went nuts from 4:17 and continued on for 30 to 45 minutes, according to Ann. So when these policemen entered the next day and went up those stairs, that dog didn't start to lose its mind. It could smell that the 2 decedents and his own master, his own owner, was dead. The dog would be aware of that, didn't have to see the body, would smell it. And yet they went up these stairs and that dog didn't respond. It doesn't make sense, man.
Well, the only thing that I've ever said that maybe the dog wouldn't freak out on would be the fact that house is so full of people on a regular basis. It's used to that. But I think what she was talking about, the dog barking like crazy, is all the screaming, yelling, slamming, banging that was going on. And dogs have a sixth sense. We know that they can sense when something bad's going on.
But you mean a dog that's occupying a home that has a lot of strangers coming in and out of it? It recognizes the scent of the people coming in and out.
Yeah.
You just got to go in there one. Okay. Also, isn't it looking for attention? Don't dogs generally that are in atmospheres like that jump up on you? You got to tell them stay down.
Mm-hmm.
And he's of a breed that would be interactive.
He's very friendly, yeah. And
according to this police officer,
the dog in the 911 call, if it was there,
we didn't hear him at all. You don't hear that dog barking once. If he was in that house when they got there, why isn't he barking at them while they're making the 911 call? When they go upstairs, why isn't he barking? When
Your
they're
Honor,
upstairs
it does say that Ethan was found in the room with Zaina.
on the bed, yes.
You would have expected that dog to be jumping on top of the deceased,
Agreed.
getting blood all over him, licking,
There should be blood-
jumping,
there should be blood from the
tracking
dog.
blood,
Yes.
Right.
yeah, creating complete mayhem, right? Like,
Unless it was cleaned up.
yeah. Well, that's the point. Unless it was, I mean, the fact that the dog did not do that suggests something that nefarious, really. Yeah, I mean, there was somebody prevented the dog from doing that, or
Agreed.
cleaned up after the dog.
Unless they locked the dog in the room and then when they were done, open the door. Okay. Just saying, to keep the dog out of the way of everything, because I'm sure you don't want a dog running around in the midst of a situation. Or maybe if they see you attacking its owner, attacking you, could worry about that too. Keep them in.
Does anybody think that the murderer entered the room and closed the door behind him?
No,
No.
not at all.
So was that dog washed? Yeah. I mean, your only conclusion is that dog was cleaned up
He could
and
have
put
been.
back in that room.
He could have
To
been.
me, I mean, I don't. You can't explain it to me in a way that would make sense. You can't subjugate an animal like that if it's not continually being subjugated by the owner. In other words, if that animal is not abused by the owner, then it's not going to hide from you.
Right.
You got a dog in a house that's a party house with young girls and everybody giving it love, everybody giving it treats, different people bringing it in and out to go to the bathroom. This is a social animal, and it's not going to self-subjugate itself into a room and not move when people start coming up those stairs. If anything, it may take a defensive posture. Dogs don't. I mean, dogs respond to a threat.
If there was a threat earlier, that it was.
They growl, they bark.
Well,
They
I'll
may.
tell you,
Go ahead.
my dog gets, and I'll say jealous. If I go in to my daughter's room and wake her up, if I like hit on her or shove her real hard, he gets up there on that bed and he gets a hold of my arm and, makes a light growl. And I'm like, dude, calm down. I'm not hurting her. So.
And my dogs are the same with my wife. If we mess around, playing around or something, and they're sitting by her, they'll come at me. I mean, it's a natural instinct for an animal that loves its owner to protect them. That's just instinct, but interesting. And Rolo just said that Ann says that the knife sheath isn't visible in the screenshot images that they provided her from the body cams. That's real interesting to me. Truly, because it makes perfect sense. And that's, again, Ann's the one that's first stated that she believed this was planted here. I mean, guys, these things are becoming like nothing but evident to us as to what happened and how this went down. I've never understood how we're told that this knife sheath was underneath her thigh and the comforter, and you can see it from the door. No, you can't. Bullshit. Come on.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Too many holes in it. And their story is, and it's not a well-written story, but boy, are they sticking to it.
Well, they have to.
I recommend all of you to do if you commit crimes. Whatever story you come up with, stick to it.
If they were to change this story at this point, Sarge, if they were to go in and say, listen, guys, we screwed up. The PCA is beyond, it's not accurate. We made some mistakes in here. Do you know what would happen right now? You know what would happen. This would implode from the inside out. So at that point, this is where I always got stuck was, I could see two females in a single bed in the room. Now, understand this. I do know the room was set up was if you walk in that door, immediately to the left was the bed. They were both in that bed there. Okay. And it says now, see, this is where this changed too. Two females in a single bed in the room, both gynecologists were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be the time. It doesn't say how they're in the bed. We were told that Kaylee was sitting up in the corner on the bed and Maddie was laying on the bed. Okay. Is that true? Is that not true? I don't know at this point. I don't know what it is anymore, but were they both laying in the bed? Was she sitting up? Was Maddie sideways in the bed? Who knows at this point? But again,
According to Steve, she was like up in the corner of the bed.
Yeah, sitting up like she was in a defensive mode, getting away from something. That's how I took that as. Right. So maybe that's true.
But again, he doesn't know
with several facial fractures or whatever, punched in the face so many times that she wouldn't have been able to survive just the blows to the face. which is, I mean, I don't know how, like, he needs to understand that's pretty significant when he says that,
Very detailed.
because that introduces another variable that there's got to be another weapon involved, or another method involved, which, yeah, I mean, if it's Bryan and you're saying that he did that with his bare hands, or whether gloved or not, I mean, if you're going to inflict lethal wound, I mean,
If gloved, why weren't the gloves checked for transfer DNA?
Yeah.
I'm a pretty
If
big
gloved.
dude. I've used these before. If you're going to inflict, I've never, to the best of my knowledge, never inflicted lethal wounds. But anytime I've done serious damage, there's also been serious damage to these guys. I mean,
Right.
the knuckles
Unless
split,
somebody had
the
on a
blood
pair of
every.
brass knuckles or
Add
something. Yeah.
context to that a little bit. I want to add a little context. Remember, he's in a country where the tallest man is 4'3".
Well, I was referring to what prior to that. I was referring to prior to that. But the point is, you don't punch people out, and the reason why you might not want to punch people out as many times as you want to is because there's no winner in a fight. You punch somebody out, your hands are broken, and
This
that's
is
just
one of Bryan's elaborate thoughts is that the guy used the blunt end of the knife, the handle end of the why.
Yeah.
Why would anybody even consider that when you're wielding a weapon and stabbing people to death that you would turn it around to beat somebody's face with it? Why wouldn't you just stab the face to death? See, that tells me those wounds came prior to the stabbings. The order
not
of which
only that. Don't you put yourself at risk of cutting your hand if you take a knife and trying to use it
I
that
don't
way?
know, but why would you beat somebody with a knife, the handle, right? Beat their face in, and if you're going to beat someone's face in, that's because you're in a conflict, and you're going to do that either as or before you start to stab. You see, it's not. I don't see somebody using the back end of the handle to pound your face in.
Well,
and then stab you to death. It makes no sense.
Not to mention that. Hold on, I just screwed some.
For all we know, they had brass knuckles on at the same time.
That's what I mean. Yeah, and that also took time away from the timeline that the killings took place in. To take the time to beat somebody up that bad,
yeah,
and
it's
around there's more time being taken away. I'm just saying.
It just doesn't seem to fit a single perpetrator either. Just stabbing and punching and this and that. I mean, and sitting in a chair. I mean, that's an awful lot of things you're expecting one psychopath to do.
Yeah, and my understanding, Fox, is that the feet were facing the doorway from the entranceway. When they showed the virtuality to it, the heads were towards the furthest wall. The feet were by the door on the bed, if that's how they were on. So that's.
And you go back to the explanation of how Ethan was found, because Yvonne's making a consistent point over and over again, and she may very well be right. He approached the rooms. On the south side was the bathroom, and he observed. Where Ethan was found.
Hitler's document stated it as well, that Xana was on the floor and Ethan was found on the bed, deceased. Hold on here. Also in the room was a male identified as Ethan Chapin here after Chapin.
Go back. Oh, stop. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin here after Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. It doesn't say it here, but Hitler's is the one that told us that he was on the bed. So
he had his legs carved too. His legs were carved, right? Is that where that came out?
Carved, and they said that they had basically sliced his throat, and which I'm imagining he bled out from that wound. So yeah. Hey Willie, good to see you, bud. So there's two different variations of how he was found in the room. One says he was on the bed, the other doesn't say anything, just in the room. So is that okay, Sarge? You want me to go forward or what?
No, you're fine. I was wondering if that document denoted that he was found on the bed.
No,
that document does not say that.
No, it just says that he was found in the room. Right. But like I said, Judge Hitler's document states he was on the bed. There's the new piece of info we got.
Half on the bed, half on the floor for Ethan, according to Tony.
That's my understanding too. Yeah.
He must live by Jesse. Dueng.
I have no idea.
I can see that.
See the guy's name? Tony Duong. He must live near you.
Let me see.
Guam.
Maybe.
Wow.
Maybe.
Long.
I'm
a mess.
Where is
Yes,
it?
you are.
Oh, mama.
That's right,
Oh.
Mama. He's a mess.
Oh,
Don't
he
let
knows.
him talk to me like
He
that.
knows he is. Now, where was? Oh, okay. Now, yeah, the Idaho State Lab, and this isn't even true. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of the knife sheath. They never found that. Okay.
We have no idea, Willie. He asked, so I heard a Kbar wasn't used. That's true or BS?
Who said that? I don't know yet, Willie.
Willie.
You don't know.
Yeah, we don't know what kind of weapon was used, dude. They don't know what kind of weapon was used because they don't have a weapon, according to them.
Well, can I go out on a limb and say that a Kbar didn't punch Kaylee in the face enough times to
Yeah.
cause her expiration? I'm
Right.
going to go out on a limb and say that wasn't used for that.
Judge Hippler's document, Yvonne, is the one that said Ethan was found on the bed.
Right. We're not sure what the murder. We're not sure anything they've told us doesn't. You can't be sure about. That's the worst part of this.
Based on multiple different descriptions of the wounds, I think it was a machete. Personally, that's my personal opinion.
Cyborg Mama just said.
What's that?
That's what Cyborg Mama just said. Machete.
Yeah, that's how it sounds to me, and that's based on what Steve Mabbott and somebody else has said.
A bat and a machete.
Yeah, or a golf club and a machete. Those are my two things.
Oh man,
just a guess. Would I be able?
Well,
to
I'm sure you guys are aware of the theory of the bat-chetty. You guys know the bat-chetty?
I
Do
don't
we know if Maddie and Kaylee were dating? A couple people have asked.
I've never heard that.
I haven't either.
I touched on it in the last video and took a lot of flack about it. So I'm gonna sit this one out.
Yeah,
they're not going to show us the pictures, but I guarantee you, when Ann goes after those autopsies, and the images that are going to be produced are probably going to be the argument that, in fact, a Kbar was not the exclusive weapon used here. I suspect that she's going to push that there were more people involved here.
Yes.
I believe the DoorDash driver has on his social media account a picture of a bat that has a machete formed into it and calls it a bat-chetty. Or sorry, not the DoorDash driver.
Berenberg makes those weapon things that have like
somebody involved.
Yeah,
bat-chetty
they call it.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
Eric Gower's bat-chetty pictured in a wood floor, exactly like the one in 1122. Wow, really? Send me that.
Yeah,
picture.
I mean, yeah, Rolo, send those pictures. Let's pull those pictures up because
I want to see that.
I've seen this before, and I mean, it does the descriptions of the wounds sort of sound like this.
I pulled my machete out. I pulled out my one bladed knife that I have. A large gouge. The end of a machete is about that wide. So if you're thinking if you're shoving that in somebody, it's going to make a large gouge. Okay. Cutting somebody is not going to do that per se, in my opinion. And I've been argued with before, and that's okay. You can argue with me. That's fine. I just don't believe it was a Kbar knife to do all that damage. Maybe a little bit of it with one of the perpetrators, but not all of that. And like I said, we don't even know that it's a Kbar. That's all assumption based on that stupid sheet.
You know, the other potentiality here too is that everything they're throwing in Bryan's lap, whether it can be determined to be guilt at trial or not, may be an effort to get Bryan to roll on. But they may also think that Bryan knows what happened in that house.
Yeah.
Right. There's also that potentiality in that he may, in fact, not have been anybody that swung a knife. Right. Because I pointed that out in the very beginning. If there's transfer DNA that directly can be proven to be his, could it have come from a passenger in his vehicle? Right. And then he let them passengers out. I mean, you can look at it in many different ways to include KOHBERGER as being part of the crime. The one way that I think you can't conclude that is that he was the sole perpetrator of the crime under the pretenses of the stories they've been telling us.
And I'll take it a step further, Sarge. If you were the state and this is exactly as you laid out. They thought that maybe he was involved, and they're trying to get him to roll over, but he's not rolling over. And then they sort of find out that their case is going to shit, and shit's falling apart. They look like absolute idiots because their PCA was blown apart and all their evidence is falling apart. Maybe they want to sabotage the case and leak something to Dateline and get it tossed.
Judge Hippler sabotaged the defense when he made the statement to Ann Taylor that these other samples may indicate more than just one perpetrator. Remember when she was arguing about the IgG stuff, and she mentioned the other samples, the B, blood DNA, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And his response was that may only indicate that there were other perpetrators involved. And I think
I'll be right back.
that was a very telling slip by the judge. He's not to make those conclusions, but if those conclusions have been made in chambers, have been made in motions or talks, and it just came out of his mouth, and that may potentially be part of why they're trying to.
It sounded like he was well aware that that's exactly what was going on, right? Like,
right. And and I'm sure Ann Taylor may in fact have, I think she's going to go after the Kopaka guy, and I think that in some respects, or some shape or form, that there's a connection between Bryan and Kopaka that obviously she'll present as being outside of this, the issue of the murder. Fair enough.
Rolo said he deleted all that stuff.
Excuse me?
He said, I deleted that stuff when I saw Olivia saying he told her he picked up Kaylee but didn't know who the other girl was. When he told MSM, he knew them all.
Well, anyways, I have seen photos of the bat chetty, and it looked pretty alarming. I mean, the fact that somebody so close to this case, somebody who should have just been by proximity alone should have been a suspect until being cleared, owned a weapon such as a bat chetty, which seems to fit the exact weapon that would have resulted in the wounds that we're hearing about. I mean, that
and the order in which they were killed, is going to matter. Is for whatever reason, it just came to my head that Ethan was made to watch the murder of his girlfriend and taken out after. And if that's the case, or if that's possible, what kept him pinned to that bed or kept him away from attacking? What was that knife wound that was supposed to be fatal? One knife wound was fatal to him. Was that done while he was watching his girl be killed?
Didn't you get the memo, Sarge? Ethan was just passed out sleeping the whole time. I mean, that's what they said in the Dateline thing, is that Ethan was passed out sleeping the whole time, and that seems to be a narrative that's being pushed out there. But the evidence for why Ethan would have been passed out and all the ladies would have been wide awake, I'm not aware of any evidence that points to.
We're talking 5 other people that were wide awake.
Yeah,
and the only one sleeping was Ethan. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry that jumped into my head, but that's the image that came to me, is that it appears that he was held at knife point until they expired Zaina. And then that one strike, because it's tough to take some. You could get lucky, no doubt, but one knife wound was all it took to take him out. I wonder if he wasn't restrained, held at bay. Was there, maybe the person possessed a gun and had it pointed at him? I don't know. But to me, again, the crime scene doesn't involve one guy. It just doesn't. I
thought they sliced his veins in his leg, in the top, like right around his groin area, like the big blood veins, right? The big arteries right by the groin area. I think that's is that not true? Or is that
they said that they carved it, that the killer carved into his legs. Mm-hmm. That the killer sat down in a chair and left blood on the chair. So, but again, would that instantly incapacitate you? And I'm going to tell you, no. I know a guy, and this is a true story.
Yeah, even the femoral artery is not going to instantly incapacitate.
Listen, your adrenaline is a funny thing. Your body knows when it's fatally compromised. I know a gentleman that was personally shot through the heart with a .357 Magnum and ran almost 2 full blocks before he dropped. So, I'm telling you, fear and adrenaline, even if an artery is cut, be it your neck, it doesn't matter. If you're under assault, you are going to do something. Retreat, attack, something is going to happen with you. You're not just going to sit there and bleed to death like, oh my God, I'm dying. Your body is not built that way. We're not the dominant creature on this earth because we let people slice us open and bleed to death pleasantly for them. I suspect that if Ethan was taken out the way they're claiming, it was because there was more than one person and he had no ability to fight back.
I take exception to the fact that people are hypothesizing that Ethan was asleep with and the only evidence they have of Ethan being asleep is that it would be more convenient to their narrative. Really, I mean, what else? What other reason is there to say that Ethan was asleep, other than it's more convenient to fit your narrative? I mean,
they were all asleep. That sleep narrative is the whole story. Dylan went to sleep. Bethany went to sleep. The kids were asleep and were attacked in their bed.
Well, I know, but they're well aware that if you're saying that Xana ran up the stairs and down the stairs, that we all know that Ethan's a big dude. It's his girlfriend, and if Xana was running up down the stairs and he's awake, he's going to intercept that and step in front of her, and he'll be you're going to chase Xana down the stairs. You're going to be dealing with Ethan, right? Like, if he's awake, you chase her down the stairs.
That's why she ran to her room, Betsy.
You chase Xana down the stairs all you want. You're going to come face to face with Ethan. And the explanation for that is, oh, Ethan was asleep, based on sweet fuck all. There's no explanation whatsoever. It's just that would fit our narrative, and we could then say he chased Xana down the stairs, and Ethan didn't do anything because poor guy was asleep. That's rather convenient. Here's the problem. Cyborg and a lot of people will say Ethan wasn't awake; he was asleep. But I'm sorry. Based on what? Based on what? Like, did he also sleep through the murder of Xana? Was he having pleasant dreams? I mean, how does a man lay in a bed asleep while his girl is fighting for her life and being stabbed to death? And I'm telling you, it doesn't make no sense. The order of death had to have been a little bit more tricky than Ethan just sleeping through it. It doesn't make no sense.
I think a lot of people are believing that he was drunk and passed out on the bed, and that's why they think that, because of things that were stated. I think Judge Hitler's document confused a lot of people, truly. That's where a lot of that information comes from. People envisioned then that the boy was passed out, which is why he didn't have to fight with whoever it was. But again, we're also told in that same document that after Kaylee was killed, then Xana and Ethan were killed simultaneously at the same time. How do you take that? Was there two people in there killing them, or was it that, you know what I'm saying? So that's
how did they get home? How do we know? How did Ethan and Xana get home? We don't know. If he was that drunk that he passed out in a bed, then how did he get home to that residence with his girlfriend? Who drove them? Who carried him into the room?
I'm gonna play him, Rollo. Calm down. I'm gonna get there. I got to get through this first, though.
So if you're gonna just explain away that this kid was asleep and he was killed with one swipe of the knife, and he died in his sleep like that, yet his girl was massacred in the same room to which he was sleeping. So who did they kill first?
Maybe him, because he was the bigger one.
And no, but Xana was awake, obviously awake and on the defense or on the attack. So
and their story was that she was running up the stairs and caught them in the act and all this stuff.
Was chased back downstairs, and they chased her all the way.
But Ethan was so drunk that he couldn't fucking help anybody.
But pretty
fantastic story.
But little Dylan that drank 88,000 barrels of liquor was wide awake. But Ethan, he was out. He was so out that he let him cut them to chop his head off or whatever. He couldn't get up out of bed. But Dylan weaved the narratives of all time. And she drank barrels of booze, this broad.
She wasn't supposed to be touched, Sarge.
She could get up and open the door and look out, lollygag, and text on the phone, and
then there's the DoorDash.
And then there's a DoorDash. Yeah, I mean,
By the way, they were also hungry, and they ordered DoorDash.
Nothing
at the same
half-assed
time.
that starts. Do you fall asleep after any activity in your bedroom?
worse than that, I tell you to go home, and then I go to sleep.
I knew that was coming.
Money on the dresser, honey. Have a good night.
Is she flirting with you, Sarge? She's flirting with you.
Now she keeps him in line over in his channel when she's over there. I love her to death. She's awesome. Where are we at here? Let me finish this because I want to pull this other document up to show you guys something too. Now this was the Pennsylvania document, mind you. Okay, and then we read the one, the PCA for Moscow, and then we got other one that came out. I mean, they're all over the place with these documents, folks, and these stories changing left and right. It's not supposed to change from the law enforcement side. You're supposed to have the perpetrator change the story. Didn't happen yet, not yet. But the witnesses and law enforcement and all their documents, they've all changed their stories. But Bryan KOHBERGER hasn't said one thing different from the beginning. That's interesting to me. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included Bethany Funk, hereafter Funk, and Dylan Mortensen, hereafter Mortensen. Both Funk and Mortensen were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. Funk's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th of 22, Chape and Kernodle were last seen by Funk at the Sigma Chi house on University, blah, 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 from approximately 9 to 12 to 1:45 a.m. On November 13th, Funk also estimated that at approximately 1:45, Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. That's bullshit now. And I'm going to show you the document that says that that's bullshit. Okay? Where are we at? I lost my place again. Now, according to what Xana's father told her, or told us, that she told him she was home by midnight, 12:30. Then we hear 1:45. Then we hear that, hold on a minute.
Uh-oh. We had a Dago drop.
I'm here. Sorry. My son came in, left the door open. They're outside doing yard work, and that's all you could hear. My apologies.
Dago be cracking that whip.
So the 1:45 time, okay, 12:30, 1:45. Then they weren't home by 2 a.m. Then 2:30 a.m. They still weren't home. So nobody knows exactly when those two got home. And then we go back to Gonsalves and Mogan. We're at a local bar in Moscow. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. and approximately 1:30 a.m. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on a video at a local food vendor. We know the grub truck video anyway. Let me go down past that part. And okay, so then the video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, Eric Grower, reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the grub truck. That's when they got home, was 1:56. According to what their sister said. Mortensen and Funk both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of King Road residents were all home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash at approximately 4. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Mortensen all stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Mortensen said she was awoken at 4. By what she stated, it sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the 3rd floor. Short time later, Mortensen said she heard who she thought was Kaylee saying something to the effect, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok at approximately 4:12. That's changed to 3:16 now. Mortensen stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything. When she heard a comment about someone being in the house, Mortensen stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. Mortensen then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17, security camera located 1112 King Road, a residence immediate to the northwest, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud, and a dog can be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. Security cameras less than 50 feet from the west wall of Cornettle's room. Mortensen stated she opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, but not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows, who he doesn't have, by the way. The male walked past Mortensen as she stood in the frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding door. Mortensen locked herself in a room after seeing the male. Mortensen did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of Mortensen's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Funk and Mortensen's phone and video of suspect vehicle as described below leads investigators to believe the homicide occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test, then amino black. A protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans shoe type sole just outside the door of Mortensen's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with Mortensen's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. Bullshit. He wears a size 13, by the way, folks, for those of you who didn't catch that. As part of an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as video canvass, was conducted in the area. This canvass was to obtain footage from early morning hours of the 13th of 22 in the area of the King Road residence, surrounding neighborhoods, in effect to locate suspect or vehicle traveling and leaving the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. So this has all changed, you guys. Every bit of this has changed. Review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan hereafter suspect vehicle 1 was observed traveling west on 700 block. I'm not reading all that because we all know that that's bullshit too. Approximately 326, 328, 329, 420. So once again, all of this stuff put together is a whole bunch of nothing right now because it's all changed.
Yeah, everything about that has changed. The times have changed.
Every day.
The details that would have been much more telling to what may have happened here were held for 2 years.
Right.
Gross, right? A similar crime where they never captured the perp was kept quiet for 2 years. And the fact that a dog was skinned not far from that home and not completely investigated to a solution is an issue. Right? You got your
There's the bad shit.
Look at that thing, Sarge.
That's wicked.
That's what Gower had.
Bat
That-
shit.
Yeah, that belonged to him, and that sure does look like one of the floors inside the house. That's pretty interesting. Not saying that it is. I'm just saying it's interesting. That's insane. I've never seen anything like that before. That looks like it would do some damn damage.
I mean, that almost looks exactly like what they were describing.
Yeah, and look, that point right there would make one hell of a couple gouges there, and that would be pretty much hard enough to destroy somebody's face, in my opinion. Just saying.
Cyborg. Yeah, you got
Yeah,
that.
problem again.
Kill the voice on your present. Okay. Cyborg, it has been determined that he has dexterity issues with his hands. And the fact that he went to a doctor a couple of days after, I think you could reasonably conclude that it's connected to his disorder. So he has, what do you call it there? I can't say the word.
Dyspraxia, folks.
Dyspraxia. This guy, you saw his hands in the mirror. I don't see him beating anybody to death. without destroying those dainty little hands that never had a callus on them their whole life.
Not to mention he's got big bulging knuckles. They would have been all busted up and cracked and busted and everything.
Look at this thing though. Like, who owns that? Like, you got one of those in your house, Dago?
No. I have both of them separately, but I don't have one built together like that. This is a DoorDash driver, mind you. Or no, I'm sorry, a rideshare driver that has this. So that's wild.
No, I gotta say, it's not really proof of anything, but shit.
It's scary.
I mean, put it this way. Could you imagine if Bryan owned this?
Yeah.
And whatever you would think of Bryan owning this, you should think of Eric Gower owning this, because let's face it, what puts Bryan more at the scene than Eric Gower?
Wow.
Yeah.
I think Eric Gower has more of the possibility of involvement than Bryan, considering they called him at 2:52 or 2:50, whatever, that morning, and he brought the girls home before that at 1:56.
And then he has pictures of this thing on social media, and this thing seems like what Kathy Mabbitt was describing. Like, I mean, that to me sounds what Kathy Mabbitt was describing.
Is Cyborg Mama Jeff with that name?
No, he wasn't a boxer.
I was a boxer, and let me tell you, the gloves that you use in training, if they even let you get in a ring.
Yeah,
and what the biggest thing about boxing, the biggest thing about it completely is eye-hand coordination and reflexes. And it's a great sport to improve those particular parts of your anatomy. So when you're hitting people think hitting those small bags. You ever try to punch a speed bag, Jesse?
Hell no, man.
Go try it. I dare anybody in the world to go try to hit a speed bag and get it to do what a boxer.
I'll make an admission. I'm scared to death of any boxer. I'm terrible at boxing.
I boxed when I was young, and that speed bag is a nightmare to try to sort out. But once you sort it out,
I'm not gonna try to box anybody. But you get anywhere near me, I'll take you down and wrap you up, and you'd be in big trouble. And there will be no boxing going on. That's my.
But boxing would be consistent with its disorder. Is the point that I'm trying to make.
I usually did.
If you're looking for a sport that can improve eye-hand coordination and your reflexes, boxing is a beautiful sport for that. Try to go work out on a speed bag, folks. It's all about hand-eye coordination, timing. It's not about power.
Right.
Not about power at all. You could see you go see a boxer. It looks simple, but I'm telling you, that's probably the hardest thing for you to do in boxing is work that speed bag. Right. Punching a heavy bag, all of that other stuff, that's just simple. But go work a speed bag. And if you can get that down, that's awesome. That really
there's another aspect to it, Sarge. It sounded silly when I was saying it. It sounded like I was being sarcastic, but let's break it down and make it more scientific. You asked me if I've ever been a boxer, and I said no. I actually have small hands. My hands aren't very big. My arms are pretty fucking huge. My shoulders and my chest are pretty fucking huge. My hands, though, are more like just not that big. So that's not conducive to being able to be a boxer. To be a boxer, you have to have big hands. When you make a fist, the size of that fist is your weapon, right? And when I make a fist, the size of my fist isn't that. I don't have a big club to swing in comparison to I'm not very tall.
Who was Jack Dempsey did a tour in our city when my father was a kid. So I never personally met him. I wouldn't lie, but my father said the thing he noticed about Dempsey more than anything else was he had sledgehammer hands.
Yeah.
So when you get to the higher weight classes, you look at a guys' hands. Person. Yeah.
And guys that have big meat hooks, like big sausage fingers and big, huge hands. You don't want those guys hitting you in the face with those things.
Tyson's hands. Yeah.
Well,
it's not even that you would go into boxing class doesn't mean you're going to be a boxer.
He took up kickboxing to help with his issues, but my cousin was a professional boxer. Ray Mancini, he's got tiny hands. He still beat the shit out of people, though. Okay. I mean, it is what it is.
Boom, boom, Mancini.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
that's my cousin.
I I will say my small hands haven't held me back from being quite a formidable opponent.
And
But just-
big muscles are an impediment to a boxer because none of the strength comes from your forearm or your
Yeah.
bicep. It comes from your shoulder.
All of
That's
it
where the
comes from your
power
shoulder.
comes from. That
Every
when you
bit
go
of it.
look at how Mike Tyson punches, he uses his back muscles and his shoulder to whack you out.
Yes.
Any good boxer will have a swimmer's type build, and most of the guys that are muscle bound, like you saw the last heavyweight champion, a black guy from New York, he got touched on the chin by somebody that wasn't afraid of his physique and dropped him like a little girl. Same thing with any boxer that's muscly. The only exception to that was Evander Holyfield. He was the exception to the rule, but generally big muscle bound boxers are very poor boxers.
They're slow.
They're slow.
Yeah.
They're slow.
And their power doesn't come from lifting weights. It comes from the movement of your shoulder.
Yeah,
And
you see a lot of guys that look sort of fat, and they're very
Very
skilled.
powerful. Yeah.
Buster Douglas was a big, chubby.
But the thing is with Bryan is you can interpret some things in any way you want, but the fact that he had a disorder, dyspraxia, nothing that they're telling us is inconsistent with somebody with that illness. Eye-hand coordination is a big deal for somebody like that. Yeah, but this
Well,
guy
not only that, you're going to need a big meat hook.
I mean, like
punch
I
some-
said, Ray's got
It's
the
weight
big
class,
knuckles, but his
but
hands
it's
are
weight
small.
class specific, Dago. Like a guy on
Yeah.
Jesse's side would have a hand half as big as what he's got.
Yeah, Ray was featherweight, so he was just.
Yeah. So
You know, but anyway,
my hands are about as big as Jesse's.
probably, yeah. But
Yeah.
he also killed somebody, guys, and it wasn't because of him. It was the other guy, Dooku Kim, was a Korean.
They
boxer.
wouldn't stop they should have stopped the fight. Yeah, and he carried that his whole career. This guy didn't mean to do it.
That's why he quit,
Yeah.
basically. And it still bothers him to this day. But yeah, it was that was a completely different thing. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is his hands are like the size of mine, okay? But that's the weight class, okay? And that the power, like they were saying, it all comes from your shoulders and your movements and stuff like that. It's not your arm strength all the time and how big your hands are. It's just what you do with them, in my opinion. So anyway.
But also when you're delivering knockout death blows to somebody's face,
Yeah.
you're gonna cut up your hands.
Yeah.
Your hands are gonna be
Well, and like,
destroyed.
even if you had gloves on, specifically if you had gloves on,
Even thick leather gloves, it's not gonna matter. You're not gonna be able to be doing
Look,
selfies like this. You're not gonna be doing selfies like this after that.
I'm also going to say that anybody that now agrees that there was a brutal encounter in 2 rooms and then looks at Bryan KOHBERGER's picture that very day, and you're going to rest on the idea that this kid was capable of that and not a mark anywhere on him. I've been in a lot of fights, and let me tell you something. Most people thought I won the fight because the guy that beat my ass looked worse than me. Okay? Let me be very clear. If you're going to get into a combat situation like that, and these people are going to fight back, and you got no scratch, not even a wound of any sort at all on your face, your ears, your forehead, your chin, your neck, your hands, then you weren't in a fight.
not at
You
all.
were knocked out cold. The first time the guy slapped you, you dropped to the ground. That's it.
And
There's no way to interpret that photo as Bryan KOHBERGER had a brutal combat in that home. Even if it's women will fight like you can't even imagine. The first thing they're going to do is scratch, go for your eyes, grab your hair, rip that mask off your head. They're going to go nuts.
And
And
Xana,
yet,
I
not
think
Mark
Xana and Kaylee alone could have beat the shit out of Bryan KOHBERGER.
I think so too. Yeah.
100%. I mean, they were not just your run-of-the-mill, dainty little, let me wear my pink flowery dress girls. They were, first off, she's a Gonsalves, and you know how they've portrayed themselves. They're not going to sit there and let somebody come at them. And Xana's the same way. Her mother herself said she was a scrapper her whole life, okay?
Yep.
Her sister said it. Like, she's not going to sit there and let somebody just beat her down. They're going to fight back. They did. Xana about lost her fingers over her defensiveness. That says a lot. And Bryan, not having, as soon as I get this picture back up again, I'm going to show
Who
you
is this
guys.
guy? Is he a ninja?
There's no way. Not
Bryan
with-
has to be a ninja to walk away from that scene of the crime without a scratch on him, and the evidence is proven to you with a photograph. The same
Exactly.
day.
And not
the
even
same
a
day.
few hours later. There's no way that he's going to look that calm, cool, collected, clean.
You got that picture?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to pull it up right now. Mama Bear's reaching for it for me. I couldn't find it.
Mama Bear.
Find everything fast. I can't. I have it buried in here somewhere, but it's under a bunch of other stuff.
You, I want to marry someone like Mama Bear.
But she's already married, sir. So
I'm said someone like Mama Bear out of respect for. I know she's married.
Too many people are like her is what I'm saying. Like, good luck.
Well, I'm just saying. Yeah.
She's very quick and very calm and to handle all of us and just stay as calm, cool, and collected as she does.
In your Discord.
Thank you, dear. Very
You're
much.
welcome.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, look at this photo. This is a guy that just slaughtered 4 young adults. One of them would significantly just one punch from Ethan, and just because even if your throat is cut, I know you're going to grab your neck, but you're expecting more attack. You're
still going to defend.
There he is. Look at not a go. Scroll down. Show his face. There you go.
Not a mark.
Show an injury on this guy that would be consistent with murdering 4 young people, 2 of which we know for a fact fought back.
Right.
And I know what you're thinking, Sarge. And
Pardon?
if that guy broke into your house and caught you in the middle of the night,
and there's
pity the fool, right?
Listen, you look at the nose on this guy. Remember what Dylan said?
Yeah.
She would have expected his image to jump off the page.
Never recognized him
because of that nose, right? The guy's got a wind sail for a nose. You could literally put him on a skateboard and have him turn his nose to the wind and he'd go down the sidewalk.
Right. He'd have some kind of look at his hand. Okay. And I don't care. Everybody saying that's only one hand. He's holding the phone with the others, guys. Either way, he needed both of his hands to do whatever damage he was doing. There's not a mark, no swelling, no nothing on this kid. In fact, it looks like, because I believe the dyspraxia, he's struggling to make that fist. If you look at the whiteness on his knuckles, because the joint issues that he has. So he's going to do all of this stuff, stab somebody 54
Take
times.
that comment off the screen, please, so we can see the whole image.
Sorry. Anyway, but nothing on his neck, his face, his forehead. There doesn't look like nothing.
Oh, wait. His hair appears to show 2 horns in the back. We must reconsider.
Right.
Or the blood.
Hey, Mama.
The blood.
He's another guy that needs a comb. Someone call KOHBERGER. Tell him he needs a comb like Jesse and Dago.
And don't forget, you guys, that everybody says this is the picture that proves it. That's stupidity as far as I'm concerned.
He wore gloves, I'm sure. Well, listen, they found gloves there with blood on them that was not Bryan KOHBERGER's. Why didn't they swab the interior of the glove to get transfer DNA? Because if you're going to get transfer DNA from anywhere, the interior of the glove, and they should actually go back to the OJ evidence and do that exam on the interior of those gloves with a swab.
Now, let me tell you something. If he wore rubber gloves, they would have busted open the first time he hit something. That's one. If he wore leather gloves, his knuckles would have been cut and scratched to all hell because the inside of those gloves would have tore his knuckles to shit. So, no, none of that could have made anything any different here.
Why do you think people wrap their hands with surgical tape when they box? Do you guys think that they wrap us with gauze and then they put surgical tape over the gauze? Do you know why they do that?
To protect.
Because even that padded glove will not protect your knuckle.
That's exactly true. That's exactly true.
And from the injuries we're being told, the blows to these poor people, these poor kids, man, had to be significant. And look at that. That guy's got the hand of a girl. I'm sorry.
Very, very well, very cleaned and lotioned and whatever else you want to call it. But yeah, there's nothing on there that demonstrates a fight.
Right, Jesse? If you're sitting in the front seat of the car and you're getting to reach around and you see that hand, you think it was a girl.
If that guy came into my house in the middle of the night with my family and that, poor dude would be in big trouble. And just for him to take that step to go into that house, and the idea that Ethan was just sleeping. I mean, Ethan was sleeping. Why is it okay to just say Ethan was sleeping? I mean, prove it to me. Prove to me that Ethan was sleeping.
How does he know Ethan's sleeping? There's 5 cars in the driveway. That could have mounted. There's 10 people in the house for all we know.
Yeah, Sherry's right. How did this person exit the home and not leave a trail? There's so
many.
That
dude should be thinking that there's a dude like me in the house that is going to wreck him if he gets anywhere. You get into my house, you look like that, I'm going to wreck you. I weigh 260 pounds. I exercise a lot. I'm aggressive. You look like that, you're in big fucking trouble. Big trouble.
You know what else?
Massive trouble.
I want to know what's underneath Santa's fingernails. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I agree.
Why have we not heard that yet? Because Xana almost lost her fingers fighting back. So I want to know what she had under them nails, because I'm going to guarantee you one thing. It ain't no part of this guy's face or his neck or his arms.
And
or his
I just don't think that guy's going into a house alone with 6
Nope.
people in it, and
No.
potentially Ethan, who could wreck him.
or worse, Jesse, or worse. What if they had football player friends that were in the house? They had friends that were football players too. What if they were in the house? He didn't know that.
Well, and if you want me to believe that, then you got to show me like some prior history where he like started shit with people in
Exactly.
school and in college, and he wasn't afraid. You know, he's not afraid because he did this in school, and he, you know, but no,
Yep.
there's none of that. There's
Nope.
just this story that we're fed, and we're supposed to accept the fact that Ethan was sleeping, because the simple fact that if Ethan was awake just doesn't, you know, that blows the story so far out of proportion that you can't even handle it.
That's
so we have to force you into believing that Ethan was asleep.
Don't made a good point, right? We're the results of the nail clippings from all of these young people.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point right there. We only got one. That was for Maddie. Why? Where's everybody else's?
I don't know.
That
If anybody is honest with themselves and suspect that that gentleman in that picture was capable of committing this horrific crime in 8 or 9 minutes and leaving that property and only leaving the transfer DNA behind, I'm just flabbergasted in that you must have led a charmed life and never had a conflict.
right.
Never.
Now here's something else that I found interesting. Tomboy brought to my attention and just threw it in here too. The DoorDash records for Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, okay, contain, these are video footage here, blah, blah, blah. Ethan is doing it, but does not contain records for Xana. April 5th, 23 disclosure is a DoorDash search warrant return. The warrant returns consist of photographs and a list of deliveries to 1122 King Road and span as far back as 2019. First of all, why'd they go back to 2019 on that? But okay. And a spreadsheet of communication between the person ordering the food and the DoorDasher. The state has not specified which of these records it intends to use at trial, how they were made and kept in the course of the regularly conducted business activity, and if the regular practice of that business to make the report a record. Key number one, the door.
Can you go back a little bit? Can you please go back?
Okay. Did I
read? No, you didn't screw up, but it makes a statement that I've made a long time ago and was shot down for.
Okay.
And that the conversation she had with the DoorDasher.
Yeah.
Well, you're not calling a DoorDasher. You're calling DoorDash, who then publicizes it to the available drivers, and somebody stands up and takes the job. What are they talking about when they say? So read that again about the underlined area.
It says the warrant return contains photographs, a list of deliveries to 1122 King Road and span as far back as 2019, and a spreadsheet of communication between the person ordering the food and the DoorDasher.
See, and that doesn't seem to fit. That's probably where I got that idea that her communication was with a driver.
Well, the only way that works, the only way that works
No.
is when you make your DoorDash order, hold on, and it goes through, the DoorDasher is picked thereby for the company you ordered the food from. They send the dasher out. You can then communicate with the dasher via text or whatever, just to give them the extra directions. But that's the only time you'll have that communication. You can't pick your own driver, period.
But she said, but read that again. Is that not indicating there was communication with the DoorDasher?
Yeah, that's what it's saying. So maybe there was.
Is it not possible that the DoorDasher was familiar to her? And she called because we were also, there's also people that went into that restaurant and were told that the DoorDasher placed and picked up the order themselves.
Yes, we heard that early on too.
Okay. This fits with that story of, remember, there's a few things we should always never forget. The naked guy, the processes under the DoorDash order.
Right.
Those things came out way early on. I don't know if it was Rory or JLR or other people that were in that restaurant that were told by an employee that was unusual because the DoorDasher themselves ordered and picked up the food.
Right. And this statement, Jeff here made, not Jeff, but this Jeff says the fact that they went all the way back to 2019 means that the DoorDash driver was an initial suspect, and I agree with Jeff on that one too. It does make sense. Also, they contact you to find house sometime. Yeah, I've had contact with mine too whenever they've done it me, but typically you can't just choose your own DoorDash driver unless this was a special circumstance, and that's kind of interesting.
Does the DoorDash driver
Well,
come up
if you were ordering something that if you were actually ordering something from Jack in the Box
That's what
that
I mean.
you didn't actually want, if you actually wanted something else and you didn't
right.
actually want the food, you could time it. You would have it timed. So,
right? In
there
other
would
words,
be
the DoorDash is being used for illicit activity, delivery of substances unknown, right?
And the number one issue here is that the DoorDash records are for Ethan, not Xana, by the way. Okay. The disclosures from April 5th of 23. The photograph contains photos and a list of deliveries to King Road going back to 2019. It's very, very, very plausible that they weren't delivering food, folks. Think about that for a minute, okay? Just think about it. It makes perfect sense, especially at that time of night. Any time of day, truly, but that time of night, people want to keep things under wraps. That's the best way to do that, and it is a regular thing. They do it around here all the time now. So I'm just saying, it's very interesting. I'll just put it that way. Thank you, Tomboy, for throwing
And
that.
I just connected things together that may have no bearing in reality. They're just
Right
part
back.
of the narrative that came across YouTube.
let's go with one more thing. Is that recently we've been fed a story about all the girls sitting on a bed talking at 2:15 a.m. or 2 o'clock in the morning, talking about going back to the grub truck when Kaylee and Maddie just got back from the grub truck. And it's like, where the fuck did this come from? Right? Like, why are we talking about this? It had never been brought up before. And it seems like this only came out after the 911 after the 911 transcript. It's like, because the 911 transcript presents a lot of questions.
What time does she claim they were talking about DoorDash or getting food to the grub truck? What time is that? 2 something?
Okay, well, here's the thing. Dylan Mortensen texted the driver, right? So
at what time?
What I'm saying is this story of them sitting on the bed and debating whether they're going to go back to the food truck, it lines up with that. But the story was only presented to us after we found out Dylan Mortensen had contacted the driver at 2:16 a.m. And I just don't. I believe that story is like a.
Well, it was 3:16 a.m. apparently that Xana made the order, but I'm trying to resolve the times of when the 4 of them upstairs did not include Xana. I thought it included Bethany, Dylan, Maddie, and Kaylee.
No, well, that's the other thing. This recent court doc has showed that
That's what I'm pulling up.
Ethan and Xana weren't even there. Like they weren't even home. They were not home yet. Okay. And it was Dylan and Bethany and
Kaylee and Maddie.
Kaylee and Maddie on the bed talking about, and Kaylee and Maddie had just got back from the food truck. And it's like, oh, let's go back to the food truck again. And there was this debate whether we were thinking about it, we were going to do it. And so then that's why that text went out to Eric Gower at 2:16. Are you still driving? And it seems to me that sounds like they got that from Dylan after and plugged that in as an explanation for that text. Like it just, I mean, we never heard about that before. And all of a sudden that came out after the 911 call and all those texts were released.
Tomboy, what was the name of the document that Hitler put out? The actual title to it. I can't remember right now.
Yeah, this is coming directly from Hitler saying
that's the one I'm pulling up right now.
Sitting on the bed. But it also, like I got to say, this came out right after the 911 call was released.
Right.
And we found out, because it was a bombshell, that Dylan was texting the driver at 2:16 a.m. And it was like this sort of struck as like a direct response to that. Like, oh, we've got that basis covered. And it was like, well, did the cops go back and take another statement from her on this to present to Hitler or what?
It's quite
Very,
interesting.
yeah, this whole timeline is just a quagmire of inconsistencies and contradictions. And that's, you know, it's just a terrible shame that the discovery.
I mean,
was-
why is Hitler responding with this, and this isn't in the doc? Well, you know, because we're freaking out when we see the 911 call and the text message is released. We're going, what? This doesn't make sense. And then Hitler's responding as if he's got access to all this other communication, and why?
It was the grand jury testimony that he based his document on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is still ridiculous. I can't remember the title of it on the document though, because there's been so many I've looked at that I'm like going blank every time I think about it.
The defense didn't leak the data. The judge is already consistently pointing to the prosecution. Nobody's arguing the defense leaked it except people that are already believe Kohberger is guilty.
Right.
That's the only place you're hearing that narrative.
Hang on. There's that one while I'm looking for the other one.
And not only that, the information leaked is not admissible in a court of law. Nothing you saw in Dateline could the prosecution have ever brought to trial. However, the strength of building a false narrative of Bryan being the killer, and then you leak that around the story of Bryan being a weirdo and a stalker and not liking women, and you frame the information from Dateline, which is perfectly normal actions of a young man. He did nothing wrong in the interactions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all hearsay, but it's framed that he's a creep. He's a creeper. He's a stalker. Well, that's what Dateline is telling you. And that information never would have been brought by prosecution. That may have been brought by the defense to show the case that Bryan Kohberger's interaction that are verifiable were 100% normal with the women he interacted with.
I mean, it couldn't be any more evident than the interaction with the girl at the pool party. And he gets her number. He texts her one time and says, "I'm interested in hiking. That's an activity that I enjoy," or whatever. And she doesn't get back to him, and he never texts her again.
Correct.
I mean,
that's gentleman behavior, right there.
I mean, I don't know that many dudes that would get that chick's number, text her once, and strike out and never text again. Like, I mean, honestly, myself, it probably would have taken like 6 no replies before I stopped texting that broad. I mean, she had a pretty solid body. I'm not going to strike out on one text. I think most of my brothers would be along the same lines.
Are you on the spectrum?
Probably. I mean, look at me. I mean,
I am, and I would have done exactly
what do you
Bryan.
think?
Wait, I am, and I would have done what Bryan did. If
Really?
I don't get yes,
just once.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. No, yeah. You
I
know,
mean, I think that might be.
Well, a lot of guys chase women differently, and I was more apt to do what Bryan did. You got the volume on, Dago.
Oh, Jesus criminy.
I think I might be, Sarge, but it's just
no,
it's nothing.
Listen, I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. It's more constant, but I'm saying people on the spectrum like me, if I don't get a reciprocation back, then I just move on. I've been like that my whole life.
Why is it all redacted, by the way?
I don't know.
That's interesting that was all redacted, since they're not sealing or hiding anything anymore. See, this says reviewing the grand jury testimony shows the state misplaces reliance on at least some of the state's statements about Xana. The state ignores previous sworn testimony when it claims the 911 call contains present sense impression because the declarants were observing Xana Kernodle blank, 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 blank. The state has not identified what exception to the rule against hearsay applied to which statements. That's interesting. But anyway, I believe this is the document here. Okay. Trying to find that part in here where it says, this is about the 911 call, isn't it? Is this the right one? No. Yeah, this is the wrong one. Sorry about that. This is an interesting document too, by the way. I thought I grabbed the right one. It must have been the one above it. Sorry. Hang on. All right, so text messages, right? Elisa. Hey, Val, good to see you. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong one. I'm sorry, you guys. Just give me 1 second here. Oh, that's even better. Of course, because you're amazing. There we go. Thank you, Alicia. As always. Couldn't do this without them. All right, here we go. Now, this is where he goes through, and he after spending the evening out, roommates. Hold on, you guys probably can't see it yet. Roommates Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Madison Mogan returned to their home at 11:22 in the early morning hours of the 13th at approximately 2 a.m. They met up in Kaylee's bedroom and talked for a while before going to bed. The fifth roommate, Xana, who was out with her boyfriend Ethan, was not home yet. That was 2 a.m. The roommates debated going out to a food truck for late snack, prompting Dylan to send a text at 2:10 to the Uber driver, which is Eric Gower. She knew to see if he was driving. Ultimately, however, the girls decided to just go to bed. At approximately 4, Dylan heard strange noises and crying coming from her bathroom. From the bathroom. This was new. This was not said before. You heard it earlier when we talked about coming from the upstairs bedroom. This is now coming from the bathroom. She opened her door. At one point, saw a man dressed in black ski mask walking by her door. She placed the calls and texts to her other roommates to see if they were awake. Only Bethany, who resided on the ground floor, answered. They spoke for 24 seconds, during which Dylan told Bethany she thought she heard something. They spoke again a minute later for 41 seconds, and we knew all that. So this is completely different than what we were told before. Why? Okay, this makes no sense. No sense at all. Now where's the rest of this at? Dylan and Bethany are the two surviving roommates of 1122. At the time of the homicides were believed to have occurred. Dylan saw a masked intruder in the house and began calling and texting the other roommates, including Bethany. Approximately 8 hours after Dylan saw the intruder, Bethany called 911 from her phone. Before the court is the state's motion to allow the text messages, blah, blah, blah. Testimony about their conversations with each other about what Dylan saw and the 911 call. The state argues these communications, none of that matters. I don't care. About the hearsay rule stuff. Okay. Defendant challenges several of the communications and objects to use of the transcript. Hold on here. There was more to this. Must have been down here at the bottom. Standard, whether a statement fault. Yeah, we don't need that either. The parties submitted various portions of the grand jury transcript as different exhibits, including the state's exhibit S1 to the 911 call motion. Call motion states exhibits 21 S3, state text message notion. No. To avoid confusion, the court will cite to the grand jury transcript rather than cite to the individual exhibits. Citations to DM and BS phone activity in bubble format attached as exhibits 1 and 2. No, that's not it either. Where did it go? Dylan testified before the grand jury that Instagram is a text messaging app that is used by young adults to communicate. And she was on Instagram that morning, which again is what takes us back to the stuff that Kim brought out about the possibility of this being out early in the morning, because she was on to Instagram early that morning. I know that's another subject, but my ADHD is in full effect right now, so bear with me. I want to get to that part where he states where they were seen. Okay, here we go. At approximately 11:50, Dylan called her friend EA and asked her to come over and check the house because she was scared. EA and her boyfriend, Hunter Johnson, came over. They met DM and Bethany at the bottom floor of the house. Grand jury transaction. Anyway. Together, Dylan, Bethany, and Hunter started to walk up. I'm sorry, DM, BF. What happened to Emily? She was there too. Started to walk up the stairs to the second floor. When they reached the second floor, Hunter went to the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. When he came back out, DM saw Xana again for a split second. And I just started bawling because I thought that she had just I don't even know. I thought maybe she was still drunk and all asleep on the floor. Bethany also saw Xana laying on the floor. Hunter told Dylan and Bethany to get out. Emily, I'm sorry, who had started up the stairs, also turned around. There she is. After Hunter instructed her not to come any further, they both went outside shortly afterwards. Hunter exited the house and told them to call 911. He was pale white and mentioned something about someone being unconscious. Bullshit. At 11:56, Bethany called 911 from her cell phone, spoke to Carolina Calvin, I'm sorry. During the call, was passed around individuals, an unidentified female speaker. Heavy breathing and crying can be heard throughout the call. Bethany spoke first, stating something is happening. Something's happened. We know all that. Provide the ass. I'm trying to get to the damn part. Took the phone, 911. Okay, tell me that's the call. We don't need that. Where does it state this at? Where they found Ethan? Let's see. The present sense impression. No. In considering, where did it go? Let me see. I know it's in here somewhere, you guys. Anyhow, it states as to the fact that Ethan was found laying on the bed. Okay, maybe it's right through here. Further indicating some. Damn it! Hold on a minute.
I'm still curious about why it came out later that they were sitting on the bed talking about going back to the food truck. Seemingly right after we found out that Dylan had texted that guy. That's what I'm looking at. Because it seems like a convenient response is what it seems like.
Okay, it's in here somewhere. I read through so much of this. The defendant's argument also ignores the fact that Dylan indicated to Bethany that the intruder was leaving the house, in which case it is not surprising the girls did not want to run outside. Had the thought crossed their minds at all, even if it were an assertion, it would qualify as present sense impression. Dylan had just even seen a masked man in her home yet. I don't care about the impressions, the hearsay, none of that. I just want to know how this context of this was put out. And that's what this was mostly about. Well, again, there's proof again, like I said in this document, that Xana and Ethan were not home at 2 or even later than 2 at that point still. So that's one part of this that I was pointing out. And the other one was about how they found Ethan in the room. And I swear it was in here. Mama Bear, do you remember if it was in this document for sure?
And What was in that document?
Where they described in a sense that they found Ethan in the bed after the fact. I swear it was.
Well,
If not, don't worry about it.
yeah, I don't know. There's been so many documents.
That's where I keep getting lost, but I swore this was the document we found that in. Either way, that's what we were told. And it was in a document we read. It was one of the documents we read. Sorry.
Yeah, she said, I don't remember which one it was, though, but it's not that one.
Yeah, it definitely came out of a document. I just swore it was this one. Anywho, this is again. Wait a minute. Xana's not waking up. Hunter is heard stating Xana in the background. There's also a point in the call you hear him screaming, "Shut the F up" to somebody. Hunter was after at some point there's too many things that are not right with this. Again, going back to what everybody has said, why did he go in and grab a knife immediately? What was that all about? If you're told that Xana's in there passed out from drinking the night before, you don't need a knife for that. These things are all questionable, folks. Every bit of these are questionable. I just can't seem to find it now. Too much in my mind right now, I guess. So anywho, hold on 1 minute, guys. Okay, so anyway, Lucy's comment. Where'd you go, Lucy? Which one? And how far up is it? Hold on. Oh, April 18th of 25. Okay. Thank you, Heather. My apologies, you guys. I'm all over the place with this today. So that would be. Oh, no wonder I was way too far. Was that the Yep, that's the one. You are right. The bushy eyebrows one. I don't know why I mixed these two up.
While you're looking, if you don't mind if I speak for a second, just
No, go ahead.
yeah,
Whatever you need.
When we get to the point where they're talking about, well, I saw her lying there, and I don't know what she's been drinking, and maybe she's drunk, and so we're to believe that Hunter and Emily and Dylan and Bethany see Xana laying on the floor, and they don't know what, I don't even know, and I can't remember the exact wording, but I don't even know. But the point is, any way you want to lay this out, you don't even know. Your friend's passed out on the ground,
Right
face
there.
down, face up.
That paragraph right there, and I don't know how I knew it was someone because it was from my mind. It's like I was almost wearing these blurry glasses, like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black, and it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth, but I could see the eye. All I remember was seeing their eyebrows, and I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember the eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about. This is the most unreliable statement I've ever seen in my life. And this is your witness. The male is skinny tone, basketball type, states he was 5'10". This is completely all over the place. Is that what you were talking about, Jesse? That statement there?
No, I was talking about when they found Xana on the ground, and they're like,
okay.
"Well, I don't even know." They said, and they're acting as if they saw their friend on the ground. Let's say for argument's sake, face down,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, "Oh, I don't even know. I just and we all ran out We don't know, and we're going to call 911 and say we have an emergency because our friend drank too much. It's not very believable. The first human reaction, if you saw your friend face down, is to roll them over, stick your finger in their mouth, check for apply basic for. I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again because it needs to be said. It needs to be said every single time we're talking about this, because there's guilters on guilter channels that aren't saying this. I mean, who out there can tell me that they're going to find their friend face down on the floor in your home or their home, and you're not going to turn them over, check for something in their mouth, and try to clear the airway and see if you can just give basic first aid. Let's say that you're an idiot. I shouldn't say idiot, but let's say you're not a skilled. You don't have any skills in that matter. You don't know how to do CPR. You don't know how to do the various, but you've seen it on TV. Like you're gonna try, right? Aren't you just gonna try like something?
Or if not tried, that at least run out of the room screaming. See, I have a real issue with the whole point. Look, they're young girls. I get it, young women. But you come upon a crime scene with that much blood that could not be not obvious to you, even from a distance, and you're not screaming your head off.
Well, and that's exactly why they didn't attempt that, Sarge, is because there was so much blood that they could see that would be futile, right? Like the only reason why you wouldn't do that is if you knew already they were dead.
Correct. And the only reason you would go for a knife is because you knew there was a threat. There could still be a threat in that home, because there's dead people that exhibited this threat. And Dylan, at least, if not Bethany, both were aware that their roommates were deceased and that they were murdered prior to Ethan or Hunter ever coming to the property. Their call from the outside is the only thing left for them to do was to call the police. And instead of doing that, they called other people to confuse the scene even more. And then they called the police. And it wasn't them specifically. It was Hunter, essentially, by ordering them to do so, right? They turned the house over to other people, folks. That's a very telling behavior. And then the thing that makes it a concern is that when Hunter goes into the house for a knife, that tells you more than you can even imagine.
I really think Hunter needs to be grilled and like, listen, you're gonna go, either you tell us what's up or you're going down for this. Like, honestly, I think Hunter, not that I think Hunter did anything, I think he's just helping the cover up. I don't think he's
EWB makes a statement that she thinks that the girls weren't even home, or someone said that. But listen, they weren't home because they knew of a tragic event that took place in the home.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if you want to argue they weren't there. Yeah.
I don't believe for a goddamn second, Sarge, that they stayed in that house with corpses for 5-6 hours. 5-6 hours staying with corpses. I don't. I mean,
wait. But there's other things we don't know. Was there blood dragged throughout the whole house? It didn't appear so by the way the investigators were moving through the home. It looked like they were looking for small amounts of stuff. In other words, there wasn't anything cordoned off for you to have to walk all the way around the living room to get to the hallway. Do you follow me? When you watch those people go in the house and you were watching them, you could see through the windows with pictures. It didn't look as if they were walking around a crime scene the whole house was covered with blood. That's suspicious to me. How did this person?
I don't care how much blood there was, but I'm operating under the assumption that I believe Dylan and Bethany knew that. Right. I believe they knew what happened.
Well, the 8-hour time period could also be a cleanup period.
If we're operating under the assumption they knew, then they knew that there was 4 corpses in that house and chose to stay there for 6 more hours.
Maybe there was a cleanup they were a party to. You're not accounting for that.
I still think they left. I still think they got out of there and said, I'm not fucking staying here for, that, and would
That's
come back at
possible.
noon. I think they came back at noon. is
Well,
what
I'm trying to make sense of the data they give us, and it's been often found to be inaccurate data. But you still got to wrestle with what we know to be facts or what the information they've given us. And I've always tried to stick with the data they've given us to understand what they're saying. And when you get down to the point of the 8-hour delay and then the behavior throughout the night and the next morning, is it possible they weren't on the property? Yes. But they did coalesce back to the property, right? They were there when the police were called. They were there to get back into the house to look to see it.
I mean, they would have been well aware that they have to.
But
you know,
doesn't
they can't just flee, because then they become suspects. The only way they can not be suspects is if they go back to the property, and they had to go back to the property or they had to report it, or if they were just to flee, they would be immediately suspects and they'd be under investigation. So
flee or not flee, they should have been immediately separated. All those phones should have been taken from all of the people on the property.
yeah.
Everybody put in separate rooms.
Immediately they should both have been prime suspects. I mean, any dudes would have been.
Right. Any dudes would have been treated differently. And in this case, see, to me, the argument of them leaving or not leaving, the end result is the same, in that they were aware of something terrible happened in that home, whether they stayed or not. And the argument for that perspective is their behavior from 4 a.m. forward indicates awareness, understanding, and even if they left and had all those conversations on the phones, that still confirms that they understood something tragic happened in that house. So whether, in other words, to me, staying or leaving, the only difference between the two was, did they stay? Did what she say when she thought she saw a fireman? Was that somebody literally in there cleaning up the crime scene? Because Dylan Mortensen said she thought they had something on his back, and people are arguing KOHBERGER was wearing a vacuum. So he went in with a vacuum, beat and stabbed people to death, and then cleaned up after himself and got out of there by 4:17.
I'm not reading too much into that, but
That's the data we're getting.
Just trying to wrap my head around what we do know. And I think that from my point of view, I've determined that I don't believe the roommate's story. I don't believe that they didn't know what was going on. I don't believe that they were in the house and didn't have any idea what was happening. So I personally believe that they were aware and that they would have wanted to get the hell out of there. You know what I mean?
Who's that new contact, and did they get taken away from the house before the crime even occurred?
Well, and that conversation, I mean, the conversation they had between Dylan and Bethany, come to my room and blah, blah, blah. And there was this panic, right? Like, let's do this. And bang. And then there was some what was the radio silence for like 3 hours after that, I think.
Yep. 2 hours and 53 minutes.
Okay. So that 2 hours and 53 minutes, they fucking left the house. Garen fucking.
No, that isn't it. But I'm going to say this to you. The court, what you're seeing in that document is an argument to allow these portions of what would normally be considered hearsay to come into the court for the prosecution. The time from 4:37 till 7:30 a.m. isn't dead, and told us they did not go to sleep that night, and they were active all the way up until the police showed and beyond. Therefore, what we're seeing as a gap is not indicative of them leaving, nor is it indicative of them sleeping. It's information being withheld from us. Their phones were in continual usage throughout that period of time. We're not being shown what it is. You understand? That's why I'll accept that they stayed in the house.
That makes it even more incriminating against them.
I know, but just realize what we're being shown. The document Dago showed us is a court motion. It's an argument to create their narrative. But what they chopped out was 2 hours and 53 minutes to give us, and people are naturally assuming that these girls went silent, but they didn't. Not according to Ann. They continued active until the police came. So that tells me that there's 2 hours and 53 minutes. There's data there that's going to be very telling.
I can
Well,
agree with that. I can agree with that.
If they stayed in the house,
Echo.
there
There
you
you
go.
Someone needs to
If
slap
they-
his hand there, mama.
If they actually stayed in that house
Seriously.
with four corpses,
Where were they going to go?
until-
This is why I say
Anywhere.
there was, listen to this. Just follow me here. This is why I say there was potentially, most likely, prior knowledge of the event, maybe not to the extent that the event actually took place, but that they weren't prepared to flee. They had nowhere to go. They hid in that room and they were left untouched. But what were these two? Where were they going to run? See, if they were feared for their life, then maybe you just run to the nearest neighbor and beat on the door. What does a little kid do? Runs to the neighbor. They didn't do that. That tells me that they had prior knowledge or existing knowledge that something was going to take place that night. Maybe not the murders, or maybe they were involved. And if they were involved,
I definitely agree that they had prior knowledge and perhaps involved, or at least had knowledge. But still, it's a whole other step to sleep with corpses, man. I mean, how many people do you know that sleep with corpses? I mean,
well, I don't know.
Let's just try to wrap your head around that.
I
Like,
can tell you,
let's
we
not
did.
talk about it like it's an easy thing to
All
do.
right, I can tell you that we did. Me and a group of people that were partying in a room, okay? And we had 2 or 3 hotel suites on the same floor, all next to each other. And a young woman overdosed on heroin, and we went back to our rooms and kept partying. Okay? That's how fucked up you are when you're on drugs. So my point is, that woman's dead body didn't scare us out of the hotel. We didn't go running. We knew she died of an OD. That was obvious when you saw her in the room. But we all went back to our rooms and kept. I was at that point. I was with cocaine. I never was a needle user. Thank God. But my point is that yes, where were they going to go? Is a question. And what were they going to say when they got there? They really didn't have any opportunity to flee.
I mean,
because they couldn't explain themselves.
my first guess would be to Hunter and Emily's house. The people that came in
If
the
they
morning.
did, that's where I think they went. If
Why?
they did,
Why are you here?
I
That
think
has
they
to
went
be
over.
addressed by the people
Yeah.
you disturb.
I think you're right, Sarge, is what they're saying. I think you're both. What I'm saying is, I think if they did go next door to Hunter and Emily, that's why Hunter went in with the knife when he did, because they said something happened, like Bethany said on the 911 call, but we don't know what it is. Whether they knew or not, that's a different story. But
Then the timeline is wrong. He didn't go in there at 11 o'clock. He went in there at 5 o'clock in the morning.
So let's just for example, if we're
4:30
gonna go
in
with
the
Sarge,
morning. There you go.
if we're gonna
I know-
go with
I know what you mean.
Sarge's theory, then why did they wait till noon, Sarge? Like,
Because they
if
had
they
no,
were
they didn't know what, Jesse.
if they were actually awake the whole time, and they never left, and they're just awake and they're just biding their time, shouldn't that call have come in at, like, say 9 a.m. or something like that?
See, wait a second though. I keep saying that call to the police was they had to call the police. There was nothing left for them to do. They didn't know what to do.
Mhm.
They didn't know what to do, and they didn't want to be the caught. They didn't want to be the ones accused. They didn't want to be the ones arrested. They're panicked. They're down in the room together. They're texting. They're trying to communicate with people in the outside world. But what do you tell these people in the outside world? Oh, there are 4 dead bodies here. That stinks. No. See, at that point, when that woman died from an overdose, I think I was the only one that demanded we call the police, but nobody wanted to do anything. Let the maids find her. You understand? This way you can't be connected to it. And so you go about doing what you're doing or try to avoid him and not be a part of it. You're trying to separate yourself from it. We were a part of it. We didn't put the needle in our arm, but we were all doing drugs. So technically we were all a part of that. And so everybody wanted to protect themselves. Everybody went back to their rooms. How crazy is that, right? I'm telling you, I suspect that they knew, but they didn't know what to do with it. And if they would have ran out of that house and went somewhere else, there'd have to be an explanation given to the people you came upon, unless they were in on it with you.
I mean, to be honest, Sarge, I would think, I personally think there has to be an explanation given regardless. Like, I'm still waiting for that explanation for what they did do, regardless of whether they left the house or not. I still think an explanation is certainly in order, but
I think their
Um,
phones could be tracked too, probably, if they left there.
but to put it in line with the whole Dave and WSU Kim story, which I don't know if you're in full agreement with that yet or not, but I mean, in hindsight, their stories seem pretty accurate at this point, right? Like, and if we're to believe that everybody in town was getting texted and knowing about this, um, it doesn't really fit with them sitting and huddling in a room being too scared to tell anybody. It more fits with them sort of like being, going to Hunter and Emily's house and just being sort of aloof about the whole thing and telling everybody, and it's all on Snap. Everybody knows, and you know what I mean?
I guess it could happen that way. There's no doubt. We'll know, hopefully, but maybe we'll never know. I interpret their huddling together is panic, because it's possible they never expected that commitment of a crime, that level of what took place, or they were surprised it happened that night. They knew something was coming, or if they're completely innocent, there was no reason for them not to run out of the house and ask for help. You see, that's one of the reasons why I come to the idea that you can't explain the behavior unless they had precognition or knowledge of the crime. Otherwise, why wouldn't you go to a neighbor? Why wouldn't you run outside and scream? Why wouldn't you do something? Call 911. Their inaction, to me, is consistent with the story.
Whatever you're going to do, you're going to do it before noon.
And remember, Dylan Mortensen's telling us a lot of truth that she's wrapping lies around. You got to try to pick out what makes sense and what would be a truth, because you can't lie without telling a truth. You're hiding a truth, Jesse. So is it possible those two girls huddled and stayed in that room? Yeah, it's possible.
I just think if they huddled in that room, like you say, I think the 911 call would have come in a little earlier. And also it doesn't sort of fit together with the whole WSU Kim.
What are they saying? What are they saying happened? I'm going to mute and listen to you while I crank this up.
So I believe WSU Kim and Dave are both saying that there was furious texting going on Snapchat, a big group chat, and everybody in town at about 9 a.m. was aware of basically everybody's dead in the 1122 King house. Kaylee, Matt, they've all been killed, and it was vague, and some people didn't know whether it was stabbing or shooting, or they didn't know the particulars. But the fact that they were all killed was broadcast on this Snapchat all throughout the morning at around the 9 a.m. area, I believe, was what we were led to believe. And obviously that would have had to have come from people in the house, and that would have been Dylan and Bethany, really. There's no, unless there's somebody else that it could come from that I'm not aware of. But and I just don't see them doing that and just staying in a house with corpses and then staying there till noon. Like, I mean, it just, the natural human reaction would be like, we got to get out of here. Like, we can't stay in this house with corpses. I mean, what if somebody, I don't know, like, it seems like there should be a really high level of fear if you're a young girl and there's 4 dead people in your house. The natural reaction would be to, I don't see you just being awake and cognizant of this and waiting 6 hours to deal with it. You're either going to want to run away and come back and deal with it later, or deal with it sooner, I think.
I can understand that. I see what you're saying with it, and I can agree that would be definitely could be a possibility for sure. And it does match up to certain other things. I could see it the other way too. I mean, it just depends on what decisions were being made that day too. That's the thing. I mean, I don't trust any of it at this point. I don't think most of us do. I don't think we've been told the truth on 90% of this. Sorry, guys. But there's a lot going on with this. And there's a lot of different little things that make you go, how did you do this? How did that happen? How did they handle this? How did they sit in there and deal with the smell and this and that? There's other things that you have to take into account with those things too. So I don't know for sure, but it's interesting. I've been requested to run these videos for you guys real quick. I'm kind of interested in them myself because of what I see that they have in them as compared to what we were talking about. So let me throw this up real quick, guys. Run through these and then we'll be pretty much done for the day on this one. It's been an interesting conversation for sure, but these look quite interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and try these out and see what we got. If anybody hasn't seen them, here you go. If you have, bear with me, please. That's all I'm saying. Again, Sarge and Jesse, I appreciate you guys joining us up here today, too. It's always good conversation. All right, let's run this real quick. We have to stay muted on this, by the way. Sorry, guys.
On November 13, 2022, 4 students from the University of Idaho, living in an off-campus house rental, managed by the house's property management firm, formerly named Team Idaho Realty, in Moscow, Idaho, had their lives violently taken while 2 other roommates were present in the house, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. According to the probable cause affidavit offered by lead investigator, Corporal Brett Payne, both Mortensen and Funk witnessed the 4 decedents returning home at 2 a.m. and that the 4 decedents were in their rooms or asleep at 4 a.m., possibly with the exception of Sana, who was supposedly awake at 4 a.m., waiting for a food delivery. This statement offered by Brett Payne in his affidavit contrasts statements made by the 2 surviving roommates to law enforcement on the day of the murders, as is evidenced by the following.
I want to talk only about a couple of other things. The credibility of the witness that they talked to, the one that they cited information from, that was relied on. That appears in these affidavits, and it's relied on after Mr. KOHBERGER's identified to say, well, he has bushy eyebrows, so this person has to be right. It's relied on when the police officers put into the affidavit the footprint that I didn't talk about on my first one. We gave the court the photographs of it. I'm happy to give the court these. That's a misleading statement to the court or to the magistrate that was asked for probable cause. This footprint is at the very edge of the door. It's a single footprint and it's not repeated throughout the house. So to act like that bolsters this witness is really important, especially in context of the misstatements of the witness. I want to go through these. I won't read them in their entirety to the court, but Your Honor asked the prosecutor what they were. And I counted up, and at the very first interview, remember the issue was whether or not one of the victims ran downstairs. And she didn't say it once. She said it 4 times in a row in the very first interview. And that just didn't happen. It just couldn't have happened. And that was not told. In fact, that statement was brushed over and withheld from the magistrate. About the memory issues in the second interview the same day, there are 2 references to not remembering. A couple of days later, there's the third interview, and there's references to not remembering, being drunk, a statement, I don't know any of it. Like half this stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. That's at page 399. At page 406, I don't know if this was real or in my mind was just like playing with me. But from what I think I heard, someone was crying in the bathroom. These are definite statements that were not given to the magistrate and in fact were brushed over. And credibility is really, really important when that person is relied on in the investigation.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania filed a complaint that was based on an affidavit of probable cause written by Brett Payne containing a combination of false statements, inaccurate information, misleading language, and omissions of fact material to the finding of probable cause.
We're going to begin by looking at the following 3 documents out of the state of Pennsylvania. The 3-page criminal complaint filed with a Monroe County Magistrate Court by one or more police officers, an accompanying affidavit drawn up by said officers, and a docket transcript filed with Monroe County, Pennsylvania.
First, note the times that the police report was faxed. Where was this document faxed to? We are gonna note both Pennsylvania and Idaho times. This notation of dates and times will be ongoing. Secondly, notice in the lower right corner the checkbox for lab services. It is checked. We don't believe these lab services included any DNA stuff. The largest concern that we have here is the location of the magistrate court and the judge that presides over it. The district attorney, lending a hand in this case, is Mike Mancuso. The judge is his wife, Colleen Mancuso. Do you recall Mancuso bragging that he and his wife were undefeated at one point? Many of us do.
Question: did Pennsylvania law enforcement arrest, detain, and search KOHBERGER's person, property, and personal belongings prior to lawfully filing a criminal complaint?
To answer this question, we have to take a closer look at the criminal complaint, the accompanying affidavit, and the docket transcript. Looking at the police criminal complaint, we can see that the date on the faxed complaint is December 30th, and the time that the complaint was faxed was 6:36 a.m. We're going to need more information for 2 reasons. We know that law enforcement blasted KOHBERGER's house on December 30th in the early morning hours, most likely prior to 6:36 a.m. And according to Section 234 of the Pennsylvania Code, Rules of Criminal Procedure Rule 502, a criminal complaint is filed with a court prior to issuance of an arrest warrant. So we know that this search warrant came before any criminal complaint was filed, as far as we can see. Pennsylvania Code, Criminal Procedure Rule 502 says the following. Criminal proceedings in court cases are instituted by the filing of a complaint, followed by the issuance of a summons or arrest warrant. Since this was arrest by warrant, we need to see a valid criminal complaint that obeys the order prescribed by Pennsylvania law.
Before we explore the rest of the December 30th police criminal complaint, shouldn't we first question the fact that the judge, Colleen Mancuso, is the wife of Monroe County District Attorney Mike Mancuso? Does this Idaho case get any more corrupt? Was there a conflict of interest, especially since the criminal complaint does not include Mancuso's signature? Again, this is a district attorney who publicly brags about the 7-0 record that he and his wife shares in the courtroom. If Brett Payne's perjurious affidavit was the basis of these Pennsylvania arrest and search warrants, the fact that the criminal complaint was the sleazy byproduct of nepotism, which doesn't even have a signature, causes one to think if they are vicariously chargeable in the violation of KOHBERGER's Fourth Amendment rights.
With the Monroe County Republican Party calling for a district court judge to resign, citing a conflict of interest.
That judge's husband, the newly elected district attorney for Monroe County. 69 News reporter Rick Holmes has the story.
A conflict of interest. Monroe County Magistrate District Judge Colleen Mancuso is married to newly elected District Attorney Michael Mancuso. Both are Democrats. The Monroe County Republican Committee is calling on Judge Mancuso to step down.
She's going to serve her own interests instead of the people's interests and continue to accept a full-time salary.
So we spoke with Judge Mancuso outside her court in Chestnut Hill Township. For your resignation, do you intend to resign?
Absolutely not.
Reason being?
I'm doing my job.
Back on December 28th, the Monroe County's magistrate president judge issued an order that Judge Mancuso could no longer process search warrants, arrest warrants, or provide over preliminary arraignments brought before her court, which covers 4 townships. A senior judge is now assigned to some of the work. Mancuso's husband, the former assistant DA in the county for 20 years.
He represents the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's not as if, in my opinion, he's representing a litigant. because he doesn't represent the victims, he represents the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Whitehead says taxpayers aren't being served with two judges being paid to do the jobs of one.
Other magistrates or potentially senior judges that will have to be brought in and potentially paid on top of what she's already being paid to do the job.
Judge Mancuso says she's still handling civil suits and things like tenant-landlord cases, also saying the Ethics Board instituted a waiver explaining to criminal defendants and their attorneys that there is a potential conflict, and if they want to proceed with the case, they have to sign a waiver. She says only one has refused.
I'm following the law. I'm not going to do anything that benefits or would hurt anybody in the case, just like before, and they've signed the waivers.
Judge Mancuso's husband, Monroe County District Attorney Michael Mancuso, did not return our requests for comment. With Judge Mancuso declining to step down, Whitehead says the only option would be impeachment in the state legislature. In Monroe County, Rick Holmes, 69 News.
Further down on the criminal complaint belonging to Pennsylvania troopers Nall and Larry, DNA was not approved according to the criminal complaint, which we see had been approved, or at least the paperwork reflects this much. We can also tell by the paperwork that fingerprints were not approved. Did Pennsylvania police not take Bryan's fingerprints? Something else that's strange is that at the bottom of page 2 of the criminal complaint, we see that none of the information about the vehicle has been entered into the criminal complaint approved by the Mancuso team. Why wasn't any vehicle info entered into the complaint? The car, so we thought, was registered in Bryan's name. However, that box is checked no. Odd, isn't it? Despite it not being a Pennsylvania crime, Morgan County District Attorney Mike Mancuso used the opportunity to bolster.
Thank you, Gianna, very much for that. Anyone would think that Bethany is in witness protection. Her parents were informants on a trafficking case. Any thoughts? That's interesting. Thank you for the super chat. It's very interesting. Very much appreciated.
After his bid for re-election in 2023, same role as Ass Clown, he never did sign the Pennsylvania criminal complaint that tarried the arrest of KOHBERGER after law enforcement put on a show by breaking up the KOHBERGER house. The Mancuso's roles in the late execution of this criminal complaint leaves one wondering why the criminal complaint could not find its way, and if there's another criminal complaint filed somewhere out there, we'd like to know what it looks like. Why did the complaint have to go through the Mancusos at 6:30 in the morning, some 5 hours after police descended upon 119 Lambsden Drive? Pennsylvania makes its position clear on nepotism. It doesn't seem too ethical having a district attorney roll over to have the county judge review a criminal complaint. Which one of those two is the real judge anyway? Who is verbal approval? This field requires a signature. The date is denoted as December the 30th, and the time of the offense was stated as 01 hour and 30 minutes. Two problems here. First, the criminal complaint, this one in particular, comes at 6:36 in the morning on the 30th of December of 2022. Was KOHBERGER arrested prior to the filing of a criminal complaint on account of an arrest warrant? This criminal complaint says here that the time of offense is 1:30 Remember this. Which offense occurred at that time?
A mere allegation is not sufficient to initiate criminal charges. Just as a police officer must do, you must demonstrate that probable cause exists that the person you wish to have arrested did in fact commit a crime. The two statements are read from the Monroe County District Attorney's website. The first criterion that needs to be met is that there should be evidence of a crime. Judging by the 1122 King Road crime scene, when it existed, had been met. Crimes took place at the crime scene. The second criterion, in my opinion, has not been demonstrated. There is no definitive proof that demonstrates that Bryan KOHBERGER's vehicle was present at the crime scene, nor has it been demonstrated that Bryan was the person or one of the people who are guilty of these murders. We believe that the cell data will also disappoint those hoping that the state will be able to deliver on their promises beyond a shadow of doubt. When we return, we will finish picking apart the legitimacy of Pennsylvania's arrest and subsequent searches of Bryan KOHBERGER. We will return shortly with the second half of our introduction to Pennsylvania. KOHBERGER's final destination. As we make our way through Pennsylvania's legislation governing the filing of a criminal complaint, we will compare what the PA code suggests versus the ways that law enforcement carried out their impromptu plan to secure their intended target in dramatic fashion when the situation never required it. We will return shortly.
I caught most of that, and that's interesting, but it makes the same. It goes into Pennsylvania making the same arguments I've always made against the arrest. It was
right.
The likeliness that he committed the crime is not evident in the documents.
No, and it shows that things weren't done the right way by the book. So, I agree with you.
Right.
I mean, it makes perfect sense as to how it was put out there, 100%. So, Jesse must have jumped down. Thank you for joining us, Jesse. I appreciate you always, sir.
The court, the funny thing is, Tara makes a point. The courts disagree with what the person is saying, so it's moot points. But again, it's moot because we, the people, allow our courts to do these things. We don't stand up. We don't get the information. We don't get the ins and outs, and we just accept their response without question. But there are minimum standards, and even if Hitler or Judge or Pennsylvania judges aren't holding their officials to those standards, it's up to us, the people, to hold them to those standards if it's applicable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And most of us, we don't. We just go on what we hear on the news, and well, the court ruled this way, so it must be true. But that's just a lack of being an active citizen in your own country. You're not a member of anything. You're just a passenger. In this country, we are members of the government. We, the people, are the government. And this whole arrest of Bryan Kohberger should never have been carried out. And I think if he gets convicted, I think there's going to be so many angles to appeal this case. It's going to be mind-numbing.
Right. There's a second part to this that another creator did, as much as I can't stand him, that kind of backs this up, Sergeant, shows a little bit more on this. How long is this? Oh, it's only 6 minutes. Okay. Watch this real quick based on what we just saw. Bear with me, guys. I know it's going to hurt a little bit, but it'll be quick. I promise. Hold your breath, whatever you got to do. Hey, Ginger, good to see you. This is about Michael Mancuso again, the district attorney at the time, the husband to the judge. So hold on.
Was doing when authorities went and arrested him. I'm going to share what he said because we're going to discuss this matter. Doing when attorney Michael Mancuso spoke on the record about what Bryan Kohberger was doing when authorities went and arrested him. I'm going to share what he said because we're going to discuss this matter. Was Michael Mancuso telling the truth or not? Check this out.
Mr. Kohberger, as with any other criminal defendant,
hold on, because it's a little bit muffled, and I'm going to give you the subtitles on it real fast. Sorry. Okay.
is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. So that remains the case. But certainly for the investigation and the interest of the investigators in building the case layer by layer, that was a significant find. Mr. Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into a separate Ziploc baggie. Trash pull that was done days before recovered DNA profiles, but not from him, only from his family members. It could very well explain some of the other aspects of the case from Idaho, some of the lengths that a person would go to avoid having their DNA left behind when they know or should have known that there was an investigation underway. I would be keen on the shoes, the size of the shoes, the comparison to any shoe impressions that might have been recovered at the scene.
So he said Bryan Kohberger was wearing surgical gloves and he was fiddling through trash, putting it in plastic bags.
And Ann Taylor has told us that he was actually in his bathroom, cleaning his bathroom with gloves on. So there's a little bit of a difference, folks.
Do you believe that? Do you believe his story? Because he's the only one that is out there, Michael Mancuso, speaking about the behaviors. I haven't seen it on any other court records. at all. He came forward on the record. And isn't there a gag order in reference to this case? So I'm a little bit wondering if, Michael, the gag order applies to Pennsylvania authorities too, talking about the case. But he spoke. Now, I looked into Michael Mancuso a little bit, that first assistant district attorney. He's being sued right now. He's being sued right now in federal court, and the family attorney for Trayvon Martin, Benjamin Crump, is suing Mancuso and others, but he's suing Mancuso for misleading the public. I want to share an article. This is an article written by the Pocono Record, dated March 31st, 2022. Lawyers file federal lawsuit in case of Pocono teen killed in police shooting. Lawyers for Christian Hall's parents have filed a federal lawsuit against 5 Pennsylvania State Police personnel, as well as Monroe County and its top 2 district attorneys, following the 19-year-old's fatal shooting by police in 2020 and the subsequent local investigations. The officers are accused of excessive force, and the district attorneys are accused of retaliating against Faye and Gareth Hall, among other allegations. Let's scroll down here a little bit. The lawsuit was filed in the Middle District of Pennsylvania by Benjamin Crump. Benjamin Crump is Trayvon Martin's, was Trayvon Martin's family attorney. Comes 15 months after Hall was shot and 1 year to the day after Monroe County First Assistant District Attorney Michael Mancuso announced at a press conference that the shooting was justified. Names numerous law enforcement officers. But scrolling down here, I want to share something down here. We'll scroll down a little bit more. I want to share a little bit about Michael Mancuso, who is named in this article here. And Michael Mancuso is the same individual that just shared information about Bryan Kohlberger. The lawsuit alleges that Christine and Mancuso additionally furthered the conspiracy by retaliating against Faye and Gareth for engaging in protected speech, covering up the fact that PSP, Pennsylvania State Police, official statement was false, and by intentionally misleading the public during a press conference. The presentation showed by Mancuso at the press conference included video of the shooting, but with Hall blurred in the final moments before police fired. The presentation misleads the viewer into believing that in the redaction portion of the video, Christian pointed the perceived handgun at troopers while advancing on troopers, the lawsuit says. Mancuso and Christine are accused of retaliating against Faye and Gareth Hall for their public criticism of Pennsylvania State Police. So the lawsuit is saying that, according to this article, that Mancuso has misled the public with statements. You can read this article, you can find this article yourself and read it more, but this Michael Mancuso is the same individual that just went public and talked to the media about Bryan Kohlberger and what he was doing when a police arrested him. Misleading the public about facts.
Okay, so there's the basics of it. Look at him as least as I have to. Anyway, it is interesting how that all went down. It plays into the fact that we were looking into the Pennsylvania stuff today, and I appreciate that being brought to our attention. Every bit of this is wrong. In every direction you look at it, it's wrong. Whatever went on in PA was wrong. What's going on in Idaho is wrong. The FBI shit is wrong. I mean, tell me where this case looks like a normal case anywhere. Anybody, please. If you can.
And on the opposite hand of that, to balance the scales, there's many investigations by many police officers that follow the rules, and they don't make an arrest until all of the requirements for said arrest are met. And there's many agencies and officers, both in the FBI and local law enforcement across the country, that absolutely follow those rules.
Yeah.
The sad part is, too many of them in too many different locations, there's those people within that see themselves different from you and me, and accept that training. I'm a citizen, and you know, I'm looked down upon by a policeman. And a lot of these policemen are in the system, and they do the things that guy's being accused of, and that we can point to the KOHBERGER case and the narrative that they've painted isn't supported by the evidence that's been finally given to the public. It's opposite.
Yeah.
Right? And even if the narrative came from a parent, obviously he's getting this from somewhere. How would Steve know there was blood on a sleeve? How would he know that? Unless he got that from law enforcement. Who's been feeding this guy? That to me is a crucial question that should be answered. And he honestly should be brought to court. I know he's a parent of one of the victims, but he should be put on the stand and questioned.
I agree. I absolutely agree. There, and it's been brought out. Like I said, when I joined Lana on panel the other night, that question was the main question she asked me. I said FBI. She named a specific person with the FBI, and I do believe.
Who did she name?
I can't think of his name right now. Somebody in here may have remembered that, but I know the name. I just can't put it out there right now. And I think she's on point with it. It makes perfect sense. If you guys were in there the other day or the other night when we were there together, if you guys remember the name she put out for the FBI, I think she's on point. What the hell was the name? I can't remember his name. But I really feel like it came from the FBI. I think Steve's being fed by the FBI. I think Dateline's being fed by the FBI. Jacobson, thank you, WB. Special Agent Jacobson. That's who she said, and that's who I believe she's right. I do.
And what role did Jacobson have?
Jacobson was in control of the Jesus Christ. Sorry, you asked me. I think all of the the digital information and shit like that. That stuff. Whatever you call it.
The car stuff?
No. The somebody's gonna correct me if I'm wrong.
Amazon stuff.
All the digital stuff that they have to handle for that. Stuff.
All right. Yeah, that would include the Amazon, the statement that he bought a knife, looked for a knife, blah, 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 blah. Right?
Probably. And Suzanne said he was on the Dan Moore case too. So yeah. Like I said, anything I'm wrong about, my apologies, folks. I'm trying to remember right on the spot right now, and it's not that easy.
No, the chat room helped you along. And I depend on my chat room for a lot of stuff too.
Yeah, they're usually pretty good with it. But yeah, I feel like she's probably right. She knows more about that than I have looked into. She's been really deep in that stuff. So you got to give her credit on that. She's real on point lately, specifically. So I think she's probably right. If it does come out that it's Jacobson, it's going to be interesting. I want to see how that falls back. Now, will there be consequences for it? We talked about this before. I don't know that there will be. I would hope that there's something. Hitler's not going to look like an ass on this case, folks. We already know that. He's not going to allow himself to look like an ass. So he's going to point blame where blame's supposed to be, away from him, and say, it wasn't me. I didn't allow this to happen. I didn't know this was going on, so on and so forth. And that's the thing, as I said that before, that Shane Bishop from Dateline, that's who I believe is his connect in the FBI, where he gets all his info from, and that Jacobson person, which is why I agree with her.
And a few of Ann's motions I disagree with. I would never have complained about Dylan Morrison as a fact witness. I wouldn't have filed a motion to stop that.
Right.
And she did. And so I don't think it's because she wanted to. I think a lot of the motions that you saw her file, folks, were motions that if she didn't file would reflect upon inadequate defense.
Yeah.
She's got to try to stop everything. Right. So in that respect, if it falls into that catch-all, then a lot of those motions, even the ones you keep saying, people are convinced Hitler ruled against Bryan. Well, in fact, probably not. In fact, by letting some of this stuff come in, it's probably to the benefit of Ann, because to cross-examine a witness is a powerful thing.
Yeah.
To not have a witness is a bad thing.
I think we might start to see, this is just my prediction. I could be completely wrong, and that's okay. But after the last hearing, after everything that's gone down, the Cy-Ray documents being dropped, the Dateline hit piece and all that stuff coming out, I feel like Hitler, Jesus, you got me calling him that. Hitler is starting to look at the prosecution side of this a little funky, like, hey, what's going on here? And he's kind of leaning at the defense, like, okay, I see what you're saying in a way. So I think he's going to be paying a little more attention to some of the stuff that Ann's throwing at him now and going, okay, maybe we need to look a little deeper at this, I hope. But that's kind of maybe a little bit of vibe that I pulled from him the other day during that hearing after seeing all that shit. And he's definitely pissed off. Otherwise, that whole pre-hearing, and the two other compliance documents that he put out would have never happened. So he's not going to let some bullshit go down. I see that much. Okay. And like, because it's going to come back on him if it does. Think about that, folks. How did you let this happen? How did you not see this? He's not going to let that happen. So
I want people to realize how significant it is what was leaked.
Yeah.
See, if they would have leaked that they found a Kbar knife at his home, that wouldn't be so bad because that is enterable as evidence.
Right.
But what they did was they released information that would not have been able to be presented by the prosecution, and they destroyed its exculpatory value.
Ultra personal info.
Well, no, it's not even about personal. Listen, it's ultra exculpatory. And they framed it as inculpatory proof that this kid's a killer.
Right.
The fact that he had a pool party with other people and approached a woman and dealt with it in that way is exculpatory evidence. It is not inculpatory. In other words, the prosecution couldn't say Bryan Kohberger has a history of nasty interactions with women. Evidence A. You see, the prosecution couldn't use that evidence to bolster their case.
Right.
So what did they do with it? They turned it over to the media with a narrative to turn it into bolstering their case.
Yes.
This is a big deal.
But that's what I'm saying is they had his phone, for Christ's sakes, guys, and they had all of his personal. That's never anything that should have been brought out to begin with. And that was all given to them.
But it should have been brought out. It would have been brought out by Ann. And that's why I think people, like some of the guilters, are trying to say Ann leaked it. No. That evidence is in support of Bryan Kohberger to show his personality.
Yes.
To show like the narrative about the girl he broke up with. The narrative that he broke into her apartment and moved stuff. There's no evidence of that. And the story is likely much different than that. But now that story is useless to the defense, because it was destroyed in the public purview of being released under the guise that disproves Bryan Kohberger's a creep.
And you can't.
The hoodie jacket furthers their narrative, right?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, and you can't
Dark
reverse
clothing.
There, it's done.
Where the hoodie jacket could have said it's consistent. Mr. Kohberger's always liked dark clothing, unless he had some special like that. That he could have been going to church for all we know in that white dress shirt, right?
Yeah.
But they've turned it into a sick man that's celebrating the murders he just committed.
Right.
That would be necessarily exculpatory evidence in support of the defendant that the prosecution leaked and turned into a devastating story against the accused. That's very, very, very bad.
Yes, it is. It's going to be a big deal. And I'm curious, do you think that they're going to tell us who did this, Sarge? I mean, everybody has ideas, but
I think Hitler's seen, I've said this before, and this is the first time I can say that you can say that this is true, folks. It's the judge's job to prevent the government from crossing the overreach or from crossing the constitutional limits. They know that piece of data, those pieces of data they released, were covered under a gag order. And they also know that would never have been a piece of information they would have used against Bryan. Quite the contrary. It would have been used to bolster Bryan's defense. And now it's been framed in a context that you can't even want to bring it up now. So they destroyed exculpatory evidence.
Yeah.
See, that's just you're trampling the defendant. Guilty or not, you're going too far.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
And Hitler I think Hitler should see this and probably will see this to its final fruition.
I can agree. At this point now, after that happening, I definitely can agree for sure. Absolutely. Guys, if you have not yet, there's a link I just threw in here. Please, I'm not ending this till you guys do it. Until you go over and hit the like button for Mama Bear, I won't end this. Please go do it if you will. There's 200 and some odd people and she got 24 likes. Please, 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 please.
What's the link to her room?
I just threw it up here. I'm going to pin it again. That way you guys can get it.
Yeah.
Right there.
It's the most patient individual the planet has ever seen.
Hit the like button. Rolo, thank you for your input today. I appreciate you, bro. Anyway, it's a good show. It's a good conversation. Jesse, I think, had to go to bed. It was getting late over there. And always appreciated. Like I said, I just wanted to go back and look at that Pennsylvania stuff. The theories on the stuff that was pulled out of the Pennsylvania House. the thought or the fact that they didn't label that knife bothers me like you wouldn't believe. It was so indescript, it's ridiculous. Just knife. That makes no sense. So with everything else being described in such a deep way, that one thing made no sense to me. I still don't get that, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
I don't know. I have a lot of questions with all that, folks. I really do. So we have questions with the private driver. We have questions with the DoorDash driver. We have questions with everything in this case because nothing, I believe.
Some of these questions were put to sleep and we were supposed to wait till trial, especially when it came to Dylan and Bethany.
Yeah.
And the corner turned, not completely, but, we're rounding the bend on knowing what these young women were doing during the time of this crime. And then the hours that led up to the phone call 8 hours later. And it's not good.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. I agree. I do agree. It's okay, Miss Cat. Good to see you now, guys. So that's pretty much going to do it. Once everybody goes over and hits the like button for Mama Bear, I'll hold you hostage here till you do it. I do. I will. I will. You'll see my ugly face till you fall asleep. That'll be a hell of a nightmare, folks. I'm just telling you. Anyway, I'm just kidding. But please do, guys, if you will. Please jump over, hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell if you have not yet done it. Other than that, guys, Sarge, thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You. Always a good time with you here. Always a great conversation. Jesse, thank you as well. And anybody else that was here, you guys are amazing. Your input, your info, your insight. It's always very impressive and appreciated. I appreciate it. You doing anything tonight, Sarge?
I'm glad you got to see me today.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm going out about 9 or 10.
Uh-oh.
So, Mama.
I'll be asleep unless I'm kind of.
I'll be there.
Throw Mama from the train. Have you ever seen that movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Billy Crystal. Who's the other guy?
I just rewatched it a couple of weeks ago.
That's a good point. I haven't seen that in a while. Who else was in that? Billy Crystal and was it Danny DeVito?
Danny DeVito, and then that ugly old lady, she's been in a lot of movies for her appearance, even like Goonies and stuff, right?
She had a half of a tongue. She had her tongue cut out at some point.
That woman is awesome, man.
Yes.
Owen.
Yes, she was awesome.
Clip my toenails. Oh man.
But again, Sarge, thank you. If you guys aren't doing anything, you should jump on over there tonight. I'll be over there. And support.
Over
Sarge.
where? Over where?
If you're going on tonight, I'll be over there to join you. I'll come over and
it won't be till after 10 if I do.
Okay, well.
Is that your time or our time?
My time is the world's time. Let's keep that going.
Oh, really?
Yes, Mama. Thanks for having me. I'm going to step out. Everybody in the chat room, be good. If not, be bad, but just don't.
What happened? I don't know how that happened. Wow, Sarge. What'd you do? Just fall out the window? No, he does that to me every time. I did that on purpose because he does it to me every time. But we love you, Sarge.
Yes.
Now we're even from the last time you got me. Anyway, you're appreciated, Sarge, as always. I love your input, your wisdom, if you call it that, and your mouth, if you can call it that too. But anyway, Mama Bear, thanks for hanging, as you always do, for so very long. And your input as well. Jesse, I appreciate it. I hope you sleep well tonight, brother. You guys are amazing for hanging out with us, putting your input in too. I said input like 23 times now. It's ridiculous. Talking to us all about it, everything. I appreciate it all. And like I said, please, if you're not doing nothing later on, hop on over, support Sarge at the Your Ass Hurts News Network. We can drop that link in here. No, we have not found Eddie yet. I hope he's okay. If anybody sees One Maiden Nut or Eddie anywhere, please let him know that we have a bolo out for him.
Yeah.
We just want to know that he's good. It's been a while now. And we miss him over here for at the very least. So there
Alicia
it is.
just posted.
Thank you.
Alicia's
Miss
on it.
Yes, she is. She's been on it all day. Real quick too. Thank you guys. So check out that link there if you have not yet. You won't be disappointed. Sarge puts it out there real and raw, about the best way you can do it. He holds no bars and he doesn't hold back. And people that don't like it, they don't hang around, but most people do hang around. So you gotta love
Jacqueline, it's been a week and a half that he's been here.
Yeah. And he doesn't go too many other places. So, yeah, we have a bolo out for Eddie. I just want to know he's all right and where he's been. Not that he's, he can have his own time, but when he shows up here twice a day, every day for a certain period of time, and he just disappears, then I start to worry about people because I care about the community. So we all get very worried about him because he's a staple here. We appreciate him. He's a big, big, big part of this community. So I hope everything's good. So you guys don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are amazing. You guys keep this community and all the other communities around here going, and we all appreciate you. You guys have a great rest of your day. Until I see you again, much love to all of you, and we will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, guys. Have a great rest of your night, and I will see you later.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness.